Kalandanya Music Promotions. Take over.
Na tufanye tuombele chapamo tukonka mafunde bale tweba na tufanye tuombele chapamo coronavirus twala ichimpya na tufanye tuombele chapamo tukonka mafunde bale tweba na tufanye tuombele chapamo coronavirus twala ichimpya. Yes we can if we put our hands together to fight coronavirus. Yes we can, yes we can. Moribaba, tu moribaba, everyone moribas. Umamu ya exu, afima pakanwa. Shingilila muno, shingilile na we mwine.
Sensitize, sanitize, minimize on your movements. Zikoyonse, ili muma yeso. Ambuya yeso, disobalele ni vuto ya kula.
Sikani yo joking awe, it is iririu. Sunga wana wame na family, wame mekishu wame samba kuminwe na sofo.
Prevention na kiwa ya mudwele wa coronavirus is dependent pa nimwebu na nemu kadi tu abakeyale simwebu abakapengela mu kyalo kyonse ukusangwa mu magrupu tekwesha
tufanye tubombele chapamo tukonka mafunde bale tweba na tufanye tubombele chapamo coronavirus twala ichimpya na tufanye tubombele chapamo tukonka mafunde bale tweba na tufanye tubombele chapamo coronavirus twala ichimpya.
Ikale ni kumanda, ikale ni nabana, ikale ni nendu pashenu mukati wa bayando. Subilo liena na tukwata, katwa konka mafunde.
Samba kukumanja, vala koka mask. Sio enda, stay home if you must.
Nkale mari nkale tate, samarila banjalako.
Mwikala patala la mwina patala hika.
Wana dewa tuombele chapamo.
Fever is causing physical symptoms. People are dying here. Coronavirus.
Yes we can.
Yeah.
Together we can.
Yeah.
Fight corona.
Yeah.
Be the winner.
Kata mumenso, kata kumbundo.
Twikale panganda, mwebantu inshita yonse. Atutala mukade, tutano kala pafui.
As we waiting for the better days, follow us. Prevention is better than cure. Follow us. Wash your hands for 20 seconds. That's all for. Bakateka besu na balando. Follow us.
Tubombele chapamo.
Yes we can if we put our hands together to fight coronavirus. Yes we can. Yes.
Kalandanya Music Promotions. Take over.
Welcome to Channel ATV. This is David Shearer right here in Seattle, Washington. We are so excited and glad to host just not regular folks, but professionals in what they do. And these gentlemen and ladies are in the front line. So we are so excited. Thank you so much for those of you that are tuning in from Zambia, those of you that are tuning in from Canada, and those of you that are tuning in all the way from Kenya. I see folks from Kenya, and we apologize for starting a couple minutes late. When we have people from different parts of the world, it's really, really difficult to get us together. But I can rest assure you everything is going as it should be. So we are so excited. Before we dive into it, I am David Shearer, all the way from Seattle. I am from Channel ATV and DC Production. I am excited to be your host and a producer for today. Thank you so much. I'm so honored and humbled for folks to just trust me to be one of the people that could host the show for today. So without wasting too much time, let's get into it. Thank you so much for tuning in. This is live at Channel TV. Here we go. All right, welcome back. So I just want to encourage folks that if you have questions and you're listening to this, please feel free. At some point, we're gonna give you a chance to ask questions. The number is what you see on the screen. Is 1-866-646-7060. But we'll let you know when the time comes for you to ask questions. And without wasting too much time, let's invite our lovely brother here, Dr. David. How are you doing?
Oh, Davis, I'm really well, and looking forward to this wonderful opportunity. Thank you for putting it together. We're excited to be part of the fight against the virus.
Absolutely, absolutely. So you could be anywhere else, somewhere. You could be anywhere, any part of the world right now if you chose to, but you chose to be here today. So we thank you. And why is this important for you to be making sure that you are in the forefront, letting people know about the awareness of the virus? Especially there's a lot of conflicting messaging out there when you look on social media, everywhere on TV. It's just confusing. So for a layman like myself, why is it important for you to make sure that you're in the forefront educating folks like me?
It's absolutely important. It's our duty as medical doctors and other healthcare professionals to be in the forefront of educating our people on the dangers of disease in general. And with this pandemic, which, as you can see, has wreaked havoc around the world, it's ever so more important that we are in the forefront of taking care of this disease and helping our people to be healthy and to stay away from behaviors that would put them at risk. And as the Global Alliance of Zambian Healthcare Professionals, this is this kind of moment that we were created for, was to put together our resources, our intellectual capacities, our hearts together as Zambians across the world to come together and be part of a solution in terms of healthcare. So we're very, very excited as members of GAZHP and also partnering with AWWI. We're really excited. Thank you.
Absolutely, absolutely. So if you're watching this and you're trying to figure out what GAZHP is all about, please go to the website. You see it on the screen there. It's www.gazhp.org. Now, Dr. David, tell us a little bit about GAZHP. What does that represent?
So as the name suggests, Global Alliance of Zambian Healthcare Professionals, well, it was built on the belief that we need to put together as doctors in diaspora, as well as those at home, to find a common purpose in trying to improve delivery of healthcare to our people. We've been very fragmented over the years. There's been so much suspicion of each other, accusations. We thought that should be put in the past. We are moving on together. And so we were created to try and either build a center of excellence in Zambia by pulling our resources together, but also to educate students and also educate the public on healthcare, because it's important for a country to be healthy in order for it to develop and do well. So we think it's important, yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely. And so for someone who's watching, who can qualify to be a member of GAZHP?
Any health professional who has the probity, the drive and desire to be part of something exciting, something great, something that will bring the desire to do more, then you belong to GAZHP. Whether you're abroad or at home, you're a health professional, even students, but we're trying to go for postgraduate students at this stage so that they'll soon be professionals and join the force. So in other words, you could be a doctor, you could be a scientist, you could be a health administrator, you could be a nurse, you could be a lab technician. You can apply and join. Now, we will update our website, which Davis showed on the screen, to give you a process of becoming members by simply clicking on a button and then paying your subscriptions, and you become a member.
Absolutely, absolutely. No, we thank you for your time. And most recently, you had to send some stuff, and I know you didn't want to talk about this, but I will. You donated some stuff back home in Zambia, and I have some footage that I collected without your knowledge to make sure that people can see what you're doing behind scenes. But before we do that, if you look on the screen here, these are some of the professionals that we have behind scenes sitting in the green room and looking beautiful there. I can't tell who's who other than so I thought it was good for us to show the folks how you look like at work. So you don't have the luxury like I do to just show up the way I want to show up, but you have to end up looking like this at work. But we appreciate it sincerely. So without wasting too much time, I'm gonna go and show just here are the photos of folks receiving stuff back home. And Dr. David, before we dive into it, just tell us a little bit about what was sent back to Lusaka or back home.
So when COVID-19 hit, we felt it imperative that we come together, donate some money among ourselves. We pledged money and raised over $4,000. And we were able to purchase PPEs and other equipment, and actually in record time transported it to Zambia from South Africa to Lukamantano Helpers Society Hospital in Chilanga. And so those are the pictures that the viewers were seeing there. That was their handover ceremony. And you know what touched my heart was when the kids were sung a poem dedicated to Gaza and just showed how they were touched by the generosity and that we are thinking of them. So I love to hear those kind of things. So we were really excited. That's the background.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Great job. And without your permission, I went ahead and collected the footage. I wanted to make sure that folks get to see what happens back home in real time. Here we go.
It is today on a very wonderful moment that we are to witness the handover ceremony of the donated assorted items that are meant for protection against various infections, including the COVID-19, that has been done by the Global Alliance of Zambian Healthcare Professionals. Today, it's very, very important that these items are much needed to help prevent COVID-19 and other related infections in the district, as well as also here at Lukamantano or Zambian Helpers Society Hospital.
Let's interact, because I believe the fight is for all of us. They've come, they've given us, but if we each don't play our part, we won't get there. And as us who've come here, I'd want to believe we are meant to be ambassadors to make the community realize that COVID-19 is true. We get into buses. Do you see what? But no, it's there. So as we come to receive the gifts, I'd want to believe we are now ambassadors to go back into the community and tell our friends that this disease is there.
Now, Global Alliance of Zambian Health Professionals is a collection of medical health professionals, mostly Zambians, most of them in the diaspora, but some like me, based locally. GA, Global Health Alliance of Zambia Professionals, is built on one basic idea, and that is to give back to the country and to give back to communities. The gifts that are being given today are given in recognition of the work that this institution does in the community. And with the advent of COVID-19, our members mobilized funds to the tune of $4,000 and procured these gifts that are being given today.
So that is presenting the handover of all the assorted PPEs that have been given to us to Zambia Society Hospital.
I would like to extend our most sincere gratitude to the Alliance for whatever they have done for us, because so far they have given us a doctor who comes to help out every week. And today, as we have all witnessed, they have given us all these things that are going to assist the community around here. Like I said, the main function of the society here is just those two, the school and this hospital. Now, without assistance from well-wishers, the society would find itself in a lot of problems, as we actually had until the Global Alliance came to our aid.
Welcome back. Thank you so much for those of you that are just joining us. If you are just tuning in right now, we are having a great conversation with the best in the world, some of the lovely doctors that you actually have seen in the community, some of those that you've never met in the community, but they share the roots with you. And these are professionals based in different parts of the world. And we are just so grateful and honored to have a conversation today. So without wasting too much time, I'll bring in my friend here, Dr. Anna, all the way from Atlanta. How are you doing,
How are
Dr.
you
Anna?
doing? Thank you for having me.
Absolutely, absolutely. You're welcome. So it's great to have you here as always. So how excited were you and how nervous were you for this day?
Boss, very excited, very nervous, but the big picture about sharing knowledge. So more excitement than nerves.
Absolutely. And you always come. You always come. And I remember talking to you last week, and I'll just say this. Last week I was working with my line of work. I do all types of stuff. And I had, unfortunately, I had to film a funeral. And I remember giving you a call when I was there because it wasn't just a regular funeral. He was a young kid, just a few months old, and it was really difficult for me to go through that. And I gave you a call, and you walked me through the process. So when people watch you, you always calm. What really makes you nervous? Because you're always so collected, and I thank you for walking me through the process. By the way, I almost quit in the middle of work. So.
Well, I guess it's just personality, but truly, after going through a lot of things and with being a neurologist, I do a lot of brain death exams. So I truly have to be calm for my patient. I can't afford to show my emotion because I have to walk the patients through those difficult times. And so you just learn over the years and learn to somehow associate your emotions from that moment and then deal with your emotions later on.
Absolutely.
But yeah, that's the short version of it.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now, it was difficult for me because we have 9 people who are all professionals without emotions. So I was trying to get the emotions out of you so I can see if anybody's excited to present this. And finally, it happened. But it happened very late, like a few minutes before, right? So either way, we're here. So thank you for being here.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. So let's talk about AWWI. AWWI is presenting this in collaboration with GAZHP. So what is AWWI for people that are tuning in for the first time?
Thank you for that question. So AWWI is a group of Atlanta-based women who came together in 2014 with a mission of educating women, 1, and 2, empowering women through entrepreneurship, which is sustainable. And so with the education piece of the women, it's really just not education in the classroom, but all-round education. And that's why this was a great opportunity to partner with GAZHP in order to share the knowledge and education about COVID-19.
Absolutely, absolutely. And so if people are trying to partner with you or they're trying to work with you, how can they be a part of AWWI?
So everyone is welcome to join Atlanta Zambian Women with Influence. They can send us an email. We're working on our website, which should be up shortly. And you can also find us on Facebook, which is AZWWI on Facebook. And for our email, it's AZWWI2020@gmail.com.
Absolutely, absolutely. So I see somebody commenting here saying, Unza proud. And we had folks from all over the world that that went to UNZA and the centers, the testimonials. Hopefully we get a chance to play them tonight. And I see folks watching from Cape Town. Shout out to you watching from Cape Town. So let's I know that you're going to come back and talk about your profession real quick, but we're going to play a documentary that allows us to share a little bit about what AWWI is doing out there in the motherland. Now, I know that folks can sponsor the kids, right? What has changed during the pandemic compared to just a regular average day that folks have experienced going back? So what are some of the changes that AWWI has made differently when it comes to presentation because of COVID-19?
Very virtual. Everything we're starting to do now is virtual because obviously we can't get people together in one room. So we used to always have these big events, our classic tea party where we'd have hundreds of women together, but obviously we can't do that. So we're relying on DC Production to help us with virtual events, to help fundraise. And so, as you said, $50 sponsors one child. So we had that recently. We had the virtual concert that you helped us put together, and we hit the target. We're able to raise the funds that we wanted. So that was very exciting. So going forward is just looking for more opportunities, again, virtual, that we can do to keep fundraising funds for the children.
There you go. And if you're looking on the screen right now, you can see how you can be a part of it. If you're trying to donate some money, please reach into your pocket. Just a little bit goes a long way. So we're excited, Dr. Anna, to have you tonight and this afternoon. And so we can't wait to see you coming back and talk about what you do. But for now, we're going to play a documentary about what AWWI is doing in Zambia. Here we go.
One in every 4 households is a child headed home, with the child acting as the primary caregiver. Between 64 and 69% of Zambians live on less than $1.25 per day. If a child gets the opportunity to go to school, they may attend an overcrowded and low-quality community school and may make it through 7 years on average. In a country that is roughly the size of Texas, with a population of about 14 million, it is estimated that there is over 1 million orphans. AWWI, Atlanta Zambian Women with Influence, is a group of women who share in a mission to empower other women through education and entrepreneurship. This group was formed in 2014. Together, the women decided to start the Lukomba Initiative, a project which supports orphans in Kimpiri and Mposhi, Zambia. The Lukomba Primary and Secondary School is located in rural Zambia. Children travel long distances to get to school. In the 2017-2018 school year, we supported 125 orphan girls by paying tuition, providing uniforms, school supplies. In 2018-2019, we supported 135 orphan girls by providing full tuition, providing uniforms and school supplies. In 2018, in partnership with AZWWI, we also supported the renovation of the nursery classroom. Nursery-age students' classes were interrupted when it rained or when it was too hot because the classroom did not have a roof. As part of women empowerment and encouraging entrepreneurship, a woman by name, Miss Musonda, makes the school uniforms. For only $50 a year, you can fully support an orphan girl by providing tuition and all school supplies. Donate to AZWWI. That's www.zambiansinAtlanta.com.
Welcome back. This is Davis one more time here at Channel ATV. If you're tuning in, we're having a lovely, great time with folks on the front line, and we are so excited. I know that most of you are telling us where you're watching from. It's great. Just while you're doing that, also think about the questions that you can ask. And we have a whole bunch of questions from people from all over the world, and we are so excited to make sure that those could be answered by the professional. I'm not a medical doctor, so I'm just here to moderate and to make sure that your questions are taken care of. So without wasting too much time, we're going to introduce now the panel. And then right after that, we're going to introduce you to the first speaker. Here we go. This is Davis here at Channel ATV. Welcome back. And, to start the show rolling, we're going to introduce you to the first speaker. And this is no other than our friend, our sister, all the way from Atlanta, Georgia, Dr. Choa.
Hello, everybody. My name is Dr. Pindile Erica Choa, and I am an emergency medicine physician who is working out of Atlanta, Georgia. On a daily basis, my duties change every single day, but I see anything that walks through the doors of the hospital. So that could range from anywhere from a finger sprain to a critically ill patient who needs their airway managed. During the pandemic, our department has divided our department into cold and hot zones. So some days I'm taking care of solely COVID patients, people who are high at risk for COVID, or on other days I'm taking care of everything else. So happy to be a part of this panel and looking forward to your questions.
There you have it. Excellent work as always. And here she is, the lovely Dr. Pindile Choa. How are you doing?
I'm good. It's always hard watching yourself on video, but thank you for the opportunity.
Absolutely. And one of the interesting stuff is that you are watching this for the first time as well, right?
Yes.
So how are your nerves when it comes?
You know, I think I'm good now that I'm on, but and I've had practice with being on prior productions, so this was not as nerve-wracking as in the past. So
as in the past, I remember that. Yeah, you know, but the funny thing is that you know, and I remember Dr. David giving me the opportunity to enter the group chat. And I looked at him, I said, no, thank you. so because I know what that leads to, you know. That's what it comes to, just that the intensity towards the show. And thank you so much for being here. And we don't take your time for granted. And we appreciate all your hard work behind scenes, and especially for you. Tell us a little bit about your background before. I don't want to take your thunder, but tell us a little bit about your background.
Sure. My background. So as most of you know, I'm half Zambian, half Swazi. My father is a Zambian, my mother is a Swazi. I've been in the US now for quite some time, since 1995. I attended medical school at the University of Pittsburgh and then did my residency at Harvard University in emergency medicine. And I'm now currently working in Atlanta, Georgia as an emergency medicine physician. So working in the midst of a pandemic right now. So, private life, have a small child and also married as well.
Absolutely. Oh, that's great. I'm glad you mentioned that. We don't want to cause any problems, but we need to move forward. So thank you so much for doing that. Now, I have a set of questions which came in from different people from all parts of the world. So the first question was, what is the most common presentation of COVID-19 that you experience as a physician in an emergency room?
Sure. I would say, you know, as you know, COVID can present in different ways, but most of our patients are going to be coming in with fever, cough, as well as shortness of breath. But I would say fever is one of the most common symptoms that most of our patients have, as well as a cough. So those things are generally the most prevalent. However, some patients can come in with diarrhea, some come in with fatigue. Very, you know, rarely we have different manifestations like strokes and blood clots, and we'll get into that later. But if I had to take a whole bunch of people and put them in the room and say what common symptoms would they have if they were coming into my emergency department, I would say fever as well as a cough.
Absolutely, absolutely. So as you go through that, you know, walk us through a typical day at work. You know, what's the first thing that you do? Folks have different ways to collect their thoughts and get ready. So what's the first thing that you do when you wake up first thing in the morning on a typical day?
On a typical day, I think I have to prepare my mindset for the day. So I don't know what kind of day I'm going to have. I don't know if it's going to be a quiet day where the patients will be few. I don't know if I'm going to have, you know, a death. I don't know if my day is going to be chaotic. And so I think when I step out of bed in the morning, I have to set my mind for the day. You know, I pray, I meditate, and I really reflect on the goodness of life. And the gift of being a physician and just the privilege it is to do what I do. And once I get up, I put on my scrubs, I put on my scrub cap, I go to work, greet everybody, and then I put on my, you know, my surgical mask as well as my face shield. On some days, I will be placed in what we say the hot zone. So that is where I will be taking care of COVID patients or those suspected or COVID infection. On other days, I stay in the cold zone, which sees everybody else. The hot zone, you know, on some days can be relatively stressful. I can have very critically ill patients who are coming in who are requiring oxygen support. They need help breathing because their COVID infection has gotten so bad. And so, you know, as you know, you showed some pictures of how we look on a daily basis when we're fighting COVID, all that. There you go. All that we say personal protective equipment. So I wear my yellow gown, my gloves, my N95 mask, my surgical cap, and when I enter a patient's room. So that's typically my day. You know, if on a very busy day where I have several critically ill patients and I leave the department, it can be very hard emotionally, physically. It can take a toll on you. And so I don't know if anybody has asked what I do once I get home, but when I do get home, I have to offload my day. And so I get undressed in the garage. I remove all of my scrubs, my cap. I take a shower downstairs. And once I've cleaned myself, then I go upstairs, whether it is to take care of my child or whether it is to go to sleep, depending on the shift that I work. And then again, giving thanks for life and giving thanks for just having the opportunity to do what I do.
Absolutely. Very well explained. And most of us take it for granted. When we see doctors, we don't think about the extension of their family members. So the family members have to play a role in, for example, you pull up at the house and you have to go into the garage and change out of your clothes and then change again, so what's your family structure like? Not talking about your family, but how much support do you have to rely on others, especially like you mentioned that you have a young child? How is that playing a role when it comes to just balancing your family?
I'm really happy you asked me this question, because I think often people don't understand as healthcare professionals what we have to go through. And so I am very grateful that I have a husband who can be able to work from home and is able to take care of my toddler, who is 2 years old. And it's very stressful for him to be able to work, doing what he does, and then also taking care of a toddler. Our toddler's not in childcare. And so when I come home, the responsibility then comes to me, because he needs to also get work done. So I come from work, and then I'll have to come and, take over the childcare. And so it's really been difficult because, as you know, with COVID, we've been very isolated as individuals, as families, as friends. And so the support that we would usually have in outside of a pandemic, we don't have that support. And so because of, differences, people are, immunocompromised, some people don't, it's just, you cannot have that support. And so it's been very difficult for us, but we're managing by God's grace. And I don't know what I would do in the event that, my husband was not working from home. So that's sort of what happens.
Oh man, we appreciate your family. We appreciate your husband. And I had to ask that because sometimes we take things for granted. I just focus on the doctor without, thinking about the extension. Last quick question for you.
Yes.
Somebody was asking, you have a young child. Where are your emotions when you're dealing with a child who comes through the emergency room, and this is a child who's probably in the same age range as a child? How do you deal with that, and where does your mind go when you see something that reminds you of your personal stuff?
So I chose, to go into the adult emergency department, mostly because I don't think I have the emotional capacity to really care for critically ill children. I do, when they do come into my department, care for critically ill children, but it is a very rare occurrence because right next door we have a children's emergency department. And so they don't end up in my department, especially when they're critically ill. They will end up over in the children's hospital. So I thank God I don't have to deal with that. In my career, I have taken care of multiple sick children, and it has definitely, it can take a toll. And so I'm grateful I don't have to do that or see sick, critically ill children on a daily basis.
Absolutely. We thank you, and hopefully you can hang around so you can take some extra questions from the folks. And I see that people are already putting the comments and questions already. So I wanted to share this picture one more time. So if you're watching this, Dr. Chawa is the one on the second top right there. So that's how she looks like when she's at work. And before you go, I gotta ask. So yes. Most of your photos, and this is I'm gonna ask every lady on this panel, because you doctors from Africa now, you have the swag. You're wearing these Afrocentric hats when you're wearing your stuff. How much attraction does that bring into your patients when they see that cool stuff?
Well, you got to represent. You got to represent where you're from. Let them know. There's very few of us. There's very few African doctors out there. Right. Talk about few Black doctors, but there's not many of us. And so you have to represent your background. You have to represent, and I wear it with pride. And thank God for surgical caps and wraps and things like that, because it takes less time in the morning getting ready. So.
Absolutely. Well, we appreciate you. Thank you so much. You can see the comments. People are very thankful for all your work, and they just continue praying for you. Please be safe, and hope to see you at the end of the show so that you can answer some of the questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. So that was Dr. Chawa from Atlanta. And I wanted to mention that as we are doing this work, we're expanding. We're trying to make sure that we touch people from different parts of the world. And from the media perspective, we have a company that we're mentoring some of the leaders there, and it's located in Zambia, and they are called TMB TV. If you're watching this, you know, some of you that are watching from Zambia are actually watching through their broadcast. So I want to play something just to appreciate, you know, what they do, and I appreciate the opportunity to mentor some of the folks that are coming up in media. God bless you, and here we go.
No sweetie, no sweetie. Survival in Kondo. No sweetie, no sweetie.
There we go. Great work coming out of Lusaka, Zambia. TMB TV, thank you so much for partnering with Channel ATV to make sure that we touch all corners of the world. And we're going to continue to grow and share the information as we go. So the next speaker, he's one of your lovely doctors all the way from the United States as well, Dr. Christopher Da Costa. You get a chance to talk to him and ask questions. He's one of the best. I want to talk to him because he can explain more about vaccines and stuff like that, because he knows a little bit more about that, and we need some answers. So here he is without wasting too much time.
Hi, I'm Christopher Da Costa. I'm a physician, trained in internal medicine, infectious diseases, and critical care. I've also practiced in wound care and hyperbaric medicine. I practiced clinical medicine predominantly for many years, but for the past 15 years, I've been working part-time as a clinician, maybe 10% now of my work, and 90% of my work is actually working with biotech, pharmaceutical companies. I've spent 15 years in some of the major pharmaceutical companies in the United States in vaccine development, as I'm an immunologist as well by training. I currently work for an organization called CEPI, which is the Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness Innovations. And CEPI's mission is to make accessible and affordable vaccines to countries with low resources. So low and middle income countries, we help with vaccine clinical development. We advise these biotechnology companies and academic centers and other stakeholders who are developing new vaccines, especially for COVID-19, but other pandemic diseases, on actually how to develop the vaccines, how to manufacture them at scale so that we can have billions of doses, for instance, for COVID-19, or also how to distribute these vaccines across the globe fairly, so everyone has access. There's fair allocation to low-income countries, as I said. My typical day is really leading several projects and providing leadership to various groups to help in our mission and with our vision.
There he is, ladies and gentlemen, as good as it gets. Here he comes, Dr. Christopher Da Costa. How are you doing, sir? Good to see you.
Fine, thank you. Thanks very much, I have to say, for inviting me. It's quite a pleasure. I have to say very quickly that I'm probably the only non-Zambian physician here.
I was not going to say that. I was not going to say that. But since you brought it up, yes, go ahead.
I just wanted to clarify that. And just a very quick thing before I speak, I have to say this, as my organization requires that I make a disclaimer that any views I share are my own views. So everything I say today is my own view. But thank you again, Davis, for inviting me.
You are welcome. You are welcome. So it gets as good as it gets when it comes to your experience and everything else. You know, going forward, we talked about your history, but going forward, how worried are you from the medical perspective when it comes to, you know, the juniors coming up, you know, kids graduating from college? You know, how's the future looking like? Are you hopeful for the future, especially that we have so much challenges right now?
I think overall, I'm very hopeful for the future, because the future, innovation lies in the future. I think the new sciences we're seeing a lot more physicians from developing countries in particular going into some of the basic, what we call enabling sciences, that are going to drive science going forward. And by that I mean things like genomics, you know, genetics, genomics, epidemiology. These are the areas where we're going to develop a sense of what the future of medicine is going to be like. And I see a lot more people going into those fields, and that makes me very proud.
Absolutely. And you commented that you're a non-Zambian, but I want to also correct you because you're not just you know, a non-Zambian, but you're a Zambian because you love Zambia and you have some connections to that. So, you know, tell us a little bit about that.
Yes, I spent 10 years of my life in Zambia overall. So I originally am from the Gambia, but I tell you it's more complicated than that because my parents are from different countries. Ghana, my father, the Gambia, my mother, and they met in the UK as students. So, but I went back to the Gambia for high school. And so I identified more closely to the Gambia. But my kids, I tell my kids they're even more complicated because my kids are 50% Zambian.
Correct.
And 25% of the others. So, you know, I'm married to a Zambian. I have been for over 30 years. And so obviously at medical school, I wasn't just reading the books. But I'll say that Zambia is very close to my heart. And that's why I have gotten together with some of my Zambian colleagues. Dr. David Kazila was very kind enough to invite me to join this group. And so I'm happy to be here and to share a little bit of knowledge.
Absolutely, absolutely. No, we thank you. So you have a lot of experience, and when you look around you, you go into the hospital for the first time, and a typical day, how does it look like for you?
Well, you know, as I say, now I practice 10%. You know, probably 2 years ago, I was doing 50% clinical practice. And I practiced originally in internal medicine, infectious diseases, more in the hospital environment. I did a lot of ICU work, critical care, but I also was leading and directing a wound care clinic. In the United States, looking after patients with wounds is a very big specialty because general surgeons generally don't have time to follow up with patients who they've operated on. And, you know, there are a lot of patients with wounds, but there are patients who are diabetics and have other chronic diseases that develop chronic wounds. And so it's a semi-medical, semi-surgical specialty. So a lot of what I did was, you saw me in one of those pictures, is actually doing a lot of procedures in skin grafting wounds, excising wounds, doing biopsies, sometimes even after cardiac surgery, having to treat sternotomy wounds, that is the wounds that the cardiac surgeons create when they open up a patient, and various surgeries. I did a lot of work with obstetric patients with cesarean sections whose wounds aren't healing to get them to heal much faster. So I did a lot of more of the surgical side of things, but also the medical, you know, intensive care type work, hospital medicine type work. So a variety of things I did until I sort of moved to do more work with the pharmaceutical industry as I do now, probably 90% of what I do now. I do run some clinics, about 5 clinics, but I oversee all the providers that actually do the work as a supervisor, so to speak, and I can do that in 10% of my time.
And that only goes with experience, right? So here you are at the bottom left. If you're looking at this picture, there you are. Walk us through, what are you analyzing there? It looks like you're touching something. I have no idea what that is. It's covered up. So what's going on there?
So there I'm in a wound care center, the Center for Wound Healing and Hyperbaric Medicine, which is part of a local hospital 10 minutes from where I live, that I'm still on the medical staff of. At the time, I was the medical director of a clinic, and I happened to be the only physician at the time. And so I had to see about 20 to 40 patients a day, and they all had various wounds. In that particular patient, I was actually assessing and perhaps treating a foot wound in more than likely a diabetic patient. Not 60% of patients I saw were diabetic patients, and they had various chronic wounds that needed a lot of attention, sometimes a procedure, sometimes skin grafting, that sort of thing. So I was doing some sort of procedure at that time.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, we appreciate you. Like somebody said, you are definitely a true Pan-Africanist, and we claim you in Zambia. I think all you have to change from Gambia is replace the Z with the replace the G with a Z, and we're good. You know, so I just gotta say that. Thank you so much for all your work. So let's talk COVID. But before we do that, I want to play something for you so we can get the true sense of, you know, what the influence of COVID within our true community, right? So this lady that I'm going to play is one of the ladies that we know. She's done a lot of great work, and we are so proud. She's Zambian. She's a police officer here in the United States. And unfortunately, she had to go through the process. So I'm not going to give out too much information. Here we go.
Hi, my name is Doreen Grant, and my family and I recently recovered from COVID-19. Part of what I do at my job is to enforce public health laws. And in the recent past, we've been working very hard to ensure that we open up businesses safely in order to get the economy running. We work to ensure that businesses and the community are abiding by the emergency order guidelines for COVID-19. And as a result of that, I am in constant contact with the public. I started experiencing flu-like symptoms in late June. I was fatigued, I was having chills, my temperature was fluctuating up and down, I was having constant headaches, and I ended up in the intensive care unit with shortness of breath and on oxygen. Fortunately, after a few days of being in the hospital, I was released to go and recover home with my family. COVID-19 is serious. It's not like any other flu we've experienced in the past. It's very different. So I urge people out there to ensure that they stay safe by abiding by the CDC guidelines, which are to stay home unless you have to go out. Make sure you're resting and hydrating. Make sure if you have to cough or sneeze, you cover your mouth or sneeze into your elbow. Make sure you're wearing your masks. Make sure you're keeping a physical distance if you have to be around people. And ensure that if you experiencing any symptoms, to call for help.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ms. Doreen, for just giving us exclusive access to give us some of the things that most people feel like it's not exactly the comfortable thing to do, which is coming out and explaining something that can create a lot of stigma. So we truly, truly appreciate Ms. Doreen for being such a leader in the community and just giving us that exclusive picture that people needed to experience. So, Dr. Chris, when you see that and you hear that from people that you know from within the community, you know, what is the first thing that you do when a patient walks in and you see the symptoms of COVID-19? So, just walk us through, from your perspective, the things that you typically do.
Well, I think the things that are typically done, first of all, is to make an assessment of how seriously ill the patient is. I'm sure Dr. Choa and Dr. Messina will be able to give you more information on how they actually triage these patients, as we call it. That is to decide exactly how serious they are and what they immediately need for immediate care. And as Dr. Choa said, very often these patients come in with shortness of breath as one of the symptoms. That's one of the key symptoms that kind of make you aware of the severity and the potential to get worse. One of the ways in which patients get worse is to actually develop breathing difficulties that get worse and worse as they're in hospital. And that means giving them oxygen is part of the core part of what we call supportive care.
Right.
For these patients, and they may require oxygen by various means. So they may just need to be given what we call a nasal cannula, where they have oxygen going through the nose, and if that's enough to bring their oxygen levels up to where they should be, and then they can be kept and monitored. But sometimes they need to have a face mask or other forms of masks that deliver oxygen and help the breathing process. Or the worst case scenario sometimes is they have to have a tube put down the throat, what we call intubation, and then sent to the intensive care unit and put on a ventilator, mechanical ventilator, which helps you breathe, which is a breathing machine, to put it simply. And I'm sure my emergency colleagues will tell you more about what happens when they come immediately. But there are other aspects of disease they have to treat, and that includes if they come in and they require fluids, they are dehydrated. You know, they've lost fluids for various reasons. They may be just having a high fever, which leads them to be dehydrated, because fever leads you to lose water through the skin through evaporation. Or some patients occasionally will have diarrhea and present with diarrhea in COVID.
Right.
And that way they lose fluids. They also lose what we call electrolytes, that things like potassium in your body that are very important for your normal functioning, and they have to be replaced by fluids. So they will get intravenous fluids very often given to them. Sometimes some patients will need antibiotic therapy if they've come in at a point where they've been at home and this disease has been just brewing and festering for some days. Occasionally they'll come in with what looks like some sort of pneumonia, and it could be that the virus has allowed the bacteria, which are a different type of bug, to come in and cause this pneumonia. They may be started on antibiotics, from the get-go. So it all depends. That fever will be treated as well. Dr. Choa talked about patients coming with fever. They have different ways of trying to break down that fever to keep it down. And anything else that the patient presents with symptomatically, as Dr. Choa said, there are different ways they can present. You target that and you try to treat that immediately. And then you decide, where do we go from here? Does this patient need to see a specialist in a particular area? For example, they might need to see a Dr. David Kasila if they have a heart problem that's associated with the COVID, which we know can happen. We know patients come in with clots. They may have to see someone like Anna Katema because they have a stroke, they may have to be triaged to an infectious disease doctor if it's felt that they might benefit from getting an antiviral drug, a drug that directly attacks the virus. As you know, in COVID-19, there are very few available drugs that may have an effect in some patients on the virus. And in some instances, certainly in the United States, there is some limited availability of those drugs. And in other instances, they may be given drugs that don't directly affect the virus, that affect the disease process in other ways that can help the patient in terms of getting better and surviving. And those might be given as early as possible or be given on the advice of a specialist. So there are different specialists that can come into play. I think the lung specialists, pulmonologists, and ICU physicians tend to be very much involved with the sickest patients who end up in the ICU. But I'm sure my other colleagues will have more to contribute to that question later on.
Absolutely. And you answered it perfectly fine, because I think even as a layman, the way you described it, it makes sense to me as well. So we have a question from somewhere out there in the world. And the question for you came in and they said, what is your experience in using hydroxychloroquine, if you will, and just while you're treating patients for COVID? Because I know that there are a lot of misconception out there when it comes to that drug specifically. So what's your experience when working with patients of COVID?
What I'll say, first of all, is that I have never used hydroxychloroquine or chloroquine.
Okay, just to make sure. Okay.
I'm sure my colleagues, again, who see more patients than I do these days with COVID-19 will have something to say about that. But what I can say about hydroxychloroquine and chloroquine is that there has been a lot of information put out there, much of which has created misconceptions about its use.
Absolutely.
And right now we're in a situation where most of the information that has been obtained, in which people have claimed good results, is what we call anecdotal in medicine. That means it's not been done in a situation where you look at those who have and those who don't have the disease. You compare them in what we call a clinical trial, and then you come to very valid scientific conclusions. It's been this information has been put out there on the basis of people having a touchy-feely sensation that I gave this patient this drug, they got better, so it must be great. But there's so many other things you may have done that caused that patient to get better or survive, and you attribute it to the chloroquine, hydroxychloroquine, and then falsely conclude that it worked. This is the problem with when you do science without the adequate clinical trials and controlling for various factors that might influence the outcome. So getting specifically to hydroxychloroquine and chloroquine, when the reason why, there must be a reason why they were chosen as a potential, drug. And the reason is that when you looked at the virus in a lab and you exposed it to hydroxychloroquine or chloroquine, it killed the virus, or it prevented the virus from replicating, that is, from dividing and getting more and more in number. So they took that and then said, okay, maybe we can use it in humans. And there are effects that happen in animals and in certain other diseases where it's been shown that chloroquine actually has an effect in reducing the incidence of disease, that is, how many people get the disease, or the severity, how bad it gets. And that's diseases like influenza. There's a disease known as chikungunya. There are a couple of other coronaviruses known as SARS and MERS, and it's been shown that there are potential effects in those situations if you look at them in the lab. Now, when you translate to humans, there are a couple of issues. One is that although it's been shown that hydroxychloroquine and chloroquine, they actually block the virus in many cases from attaching to the cells in the body where they enter. And these cells are mostly in the back of the throat, in the nose, and in the upper airways, that the tubes that lead to the lungs. They can actually block the virus. And once the virus actually manages to get into the cells, there are other effects they can have in stopping the virus from beginning to grow and spread. That can happen. The problem is, the biggest problem is that there's a fine line between the dose you give to a patient that can have some positive effects potentially, and those that can have serious negative effects, that is, serious side effects.
I see.
I think Dr. Kazila will chime in at some point in this, but there are a lot of side effects that relate to the heart, especially. We've heard about that can make you more likely to develop heart rhythm disturbances that can give you serious heart problems and cause death even. And the dose between what might be effective and what might be what we call toxic is very narrow. It's a narrow range. Now, the other issue there is that, of course, there are other aspects of safety, not just the heart, but there are visual problems that can happen in patients with, who take chloroquine. And the sad thing is the misinformation that led to people just jumping on the bandwagon and taking lots of chloroquine in high doses initially has led to some people developing problems with the back of the eye, retinopathy and blindness, in addition to the heart problems we mentioned. One must mention that it's often used with a drug called azithromycin, or what we call Z-Pak in the United States. And it's been shown that the combination, when you look in the lab, is even more effective than in blocking the virus. However, it's more effective in causing the cardiac problems that we talked about when you combine those two, because separately, they both can cause those problems, even when used alone. So when you combine them, you have what you call an additive effect. So those are some of the problems, but I have to finish this by saying that there are lots of studies, that the last count about 185 studies still going on with chloroquine and hydroxychloroquine to see if there's a fit in terms of how they might be used in COVID-19. In terms of preventing death and outcomes in all comers, there is no evidence that it works when you look at all comers, but there may be subsets of patients who present in certain ways at certain times in the course of the illness, especially earlier on, who might benefit. But we need to see the data coming out, and hopefully in the next coming months, we should see some very solid data on that.
Absolutely, and data doesn't lie, for sure. So thank you so much for shedding light on that, because it's a very confusing, piece of information when it comes to just as people from the community. We hear so much from leadership, from elected officials, and it can be very confusing. So I appreciate you sharing that much knowledge and exclusive information for us to be much more informed. And in closing, I know that somebody called you a Pan-Africanist, which I know that, but you are very passionate about making sure that certain parts of marginalized communities in Africa, per se, right? They get the right vaccines, and I know the vaccine part is a very touchy subject right now. But from your experience and the organization that you're working with, just tell us briefly what you're developing. If there's any progress, can you share a little bit of knowledge that we may not have? Can we take advantage of you being on this platform to make sure that we get the exclusive a little bit?
Absolutely. There's a lot I can share that's already in the public domain. And just to shed more light on the realities of vaccine development in the COVID situation. So the organization I work for has a mission, as its central mission is to make sure that there's going to be fair and equitable access to vaccines once they have been developed and they're available. And the reason is this: what we're seeing now already is what's known as vaccine nationalism. We're seeing certain countries like the United States developing a relationship with big vaccine producers, big pharma, that are known to be likely to be the successful ones in developing vaccines, and ahead of time buying doses, in fact, and say, when your vaccine is developed in X number of months, we are going to have all the doses, or so many doses. You're seeing that in the UK as well. You're seeing other countries, predominant in the Western world, having these deals. Now, what does that mean? It means that the rest of the world, mostly low and middle income countries, are going to be in a situation where there won't be enough doses of vaccine potentially. And we would have to scramble for the, lean pickings, if you like, for the rest, unfortunately. So this organization has a mission to try to level that playing field, to make sure that we work with these large pharma companies, for instance, and the biotech companies that are developing them, create partnerships where they will supply doses to us that we can then distribute through our partnership with the WHO and GAVI, which is another international organization, other organizations like ERV, and make sure that we work with governments of all countries to supply them with vaccines. So there's a new initiative known as COVAX. If you look at COVID and vaccine, COVAX, which is part of our organization, we're responsible for the vaccine development and manufacturing aspect of it. We pass on the distribution and allocation of the vaccines to Gavi, our partner. And then Gavi, the WHO comes in with policy aspects of it. WHO is responsible. So we hold hands as three organizations in COVAX. And with COVAX, we buy vaccines from those who are going to manufacture. But we don't just buy them to distribute. We actually are helping those countries. One of my roles is to look at all these different developers of vaccines. Big company, pharma companies, small companies, academic institutions in the UK and China and elsewhere. And we partner with them to help them develop vaccines, because there are certain biotech companies, for instance, who have no vaccine development experience, but they have a footprint in various parts of the world developing therapeutic drugs. They want to get in the vaccine business. They come to us and we teach them how to do it. We tell them, okay, this is what you have in terms of your information, your data, but you need to get data in humans. This is how you're going to do your human trials. This is who you should partner with. So we actually walk them through the process so that they could potentially develop a vaccine. What we get in return is a pledge for most of that vaccine to come to COVAX, which we then distribute to make sure that low and middle income countries have vaccines as opposed to just the high income countries. So that's just a snapshot of what we do in my current role.
Absolutely. Dr. Christopher, I wish we can have you for the whole day here, because you're so knowledgeable. And, you can see obviously from folks that are sending us messages, there are so many questions that folks may have. And if people are trying to connect with you, how can they get in touch with your organization right now?
Well, people can actually try to get in touch with me directly, or they can go to the website of CEPI, which is CEPI, Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness Initiative. And just through, intuitively, you can tell on the website how to get information. There's a lot of information. There's an information tab, resource tab that tells you all about COVAX that I mentioned, and also all about what CEPI does. And I would encourage people to go through that. And perhaps later on, you can share my contact information, email me, ask me questions, and I'll be happy to answer.
Absolutely, absolutely. We're glad that you're going to stick around, and there are some questions even in the comments, and I saw somebody mentioning Bill Gates, and I think you know where that's going. So we're going to talk about that a little bit later. So, but for now, we're going to dial it back and just paint a picture, take a little break and paint a picture about just COVID-19 in case you needed to know a little bit about how it started and a little bit of information about it. We're going to provide this information right here, right now. Thank you so much, Dr. Chris, and I can't wait to see you at the end of the show.
Thank you.
Coronaviruses are a large family of viruses that get their name from the halo of spike proteins on their outer surface, which resemble a crown, the corona, under a microscope. The new coronavirus is called SARS-CoV-2. SARS-CoV-2 stands for Severe Acute Respiratory Syndrome Coronavirus 2. As a new virus, it means that previously no one in the world has been infected with it, and therefore, no one has antibodies to it. Because no one has antibodies, everyone is at risk for catching the virus, becoming ill, and spreading the virus. With the discovery of SARS-CoV-2, there are now 7 types of coronaviruses known to affect humans. 4 regularly circulate in humans and mostly cause mild to moderate upper respiratory tract symptoms that most people think of as the common cold. SARS-CoV-2 causes a disease called COVID-19, a severe respiratory illness. COVID-19 can be deadly, particularly for older people and those with underlying health conditions. The virus is spread through droplets in the air after coughing or sneezing, which people nearby can take in through their nose, mouth, or eyes. The virus can also spread by touching a contaminated surface, but it's unclear how long the virus lives on surfaces. Once inside your body, the virus travels quickly to the back of your nasal passages and to the mucous membranes in the back of your throat. The virus attaches to a receptor called angiotensin-converting enzyme 2, or ACE2, on respiratory cells in your body. The virus's genetic material enters your cells. The virus then hijacks your cells to produce copies of itself, which go on to infect more cells. The time between the initial infection and the first symptoms appearing varies widely, but is 5 days on average. Symptoms often start in the back of the throat with a dry cough and sore throat, along with a fever. Symptoms become more severe as the infection starts making its way to your lower respiratory tract. Here, it can cause more respiratory problems like bronchitis and pneumonia. When the virus reaches your lungs, it causes inflammation in the air sacs in your lungs, which are called alveoli. Your alveoli are where oxygen and carbon dioxide are exchanged. In pneumonia, there is swelling, decreased airflow, and your alveoli start to fill with fluid, causing shortness of breath and difficulty breathing. Some people need a ventilator to help them breathe. Less oxygen in your blood deprives other major organs of oxygen, including your liver, kidney, and brain. Acute respiratory distress caused by widespread swelling in the lungs stops your body from getting the oxygen it needs to survive. This respiratory distress can lead to organ failure and death. While COVID-19 can be deadly, the vast majority, around 80% of cases, are mild to moderate, and people recover within a week or two.
Welcome back. This is Davis here, your host at Channel ATV. We are having a great conversation with different professionals based in different parts of the world, and we are so excited. Looking at the time, I have to go to Zambia, I have to go to Kenya, because we have representation in those countries from folks who are from Zambia as well. I just want to say that we are so thankful for some of our sponsors, such as Amazon, who are part of sponsors of this program today through AZWWI, and we just appreciate what they do in the community. And here they are, Amazon. Welcome back, and without wasting too much time, we're gonna go to Zambia, and this brother here is very, very successful, and I'm sure once you hear the name, you're gonna recognize the name. He's one of the best doctors we have in Zambia, and I'll just let you meet him for the first time. If you are meeting him for the first time, prepare your questions, because when he comes back, he has a lot of knowledge, and he has a testimony as well to share with us. Here we go.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. John Masina. I'm an emergency medicine physician. I'm a co-founder for Emergency Medicine Society of Zambia, and I'm also the vice chairperson for the Emergency Medicine Society of Zambia. I'm also the head of department for emergency department at Levy University Teaching Hospital. I've been working as part of the lead team case management for COVID-19 response in Zambia. And welcome to this session. Thank you.
Yes, indeed. Without wasting too much time, we're going to go over to our brother, Dr. John Masina. And I know that it says Lusaka. I'll just spill the beans. It says Lusaka, but you're actually not in Lusaka. Tell us where you are, sir. I'm so sorry.
Yes, Davis, how are you today?
I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I like to be accurate. One of my responsibilities is to tell the truth, right? So you are actually in South Africa having a great time. So yeah,
exactly.
It's good to see you. It's good to connect with you.
Good to see you too, Davis. I'm actually in Pretoria at the moment.
Okay.
I'm in South Africa. Yeah, I've been deployed under WHO, and I'm just working in terms of the WHO with the SAGE team that has been sent to South Africa for a response management of COVID-19 in South Africa. So I've been sent as one of the consultants under WHO. But hey, let me also just say, disclaimer to say whatever I'm going to give out is not part of WHO, but part of my personal experience and also my personal views on the COVID-19. Yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely. We appreciate your experience, man, and it's really tough to get hold of you, but you know we can find anybody we're looking for. So, so that was good that we're able to connect with you and track you down wherever you are. So we appreciate the time, and we don't take it for granted.
Thank you so much, and it's a pleasure having me. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So you are a product of UNZA, proudly so.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I'm a product of UNZA. I did my MBCHB at the University of Zambia, and I did my internship in Zambia, specifically in Dola Central Teaching Hospital, and then I did my rural posting in Zambia as well, in Mpika, and also part of it in Isoka. I did my postgraduate training in South Africa, in Johannesburg, with University of Witwatersrand. And I'm a proud fellow of the Emergency Medicine Society of Zambia, and also a fellow of College of Medicine South Africa as an emergency physician.
Absolutely, absolutely. We are very proud of you. It's the best that Zambia can offer out there. And the good thing is that Zambia produces a lot of quality professionals such as yourself, but we are spread out. I want to show you somebody from UNZA as well who sent us a message. We have a few messages, but I can only play enough. And, you know, we have professionals from UNZA all over the world. And here is a doctor. We are giving a testimonial because they are watching right now. Stay tuned.
Great.
Hi there. My name is Elijah Chyla. I'm a consultant neurologist with a special interest in epilepsy, and I work at the University Hospital Limerick in Ireland. I'm also an adjunct senior lecturer with the University of Limerick. I'm proud to be a graduate of UNZA. Thank you.
Absolutely. So what does that make you feel when you look back and you see so much experience? And we've exported a lot of folks. I shouldn't be the one to be speaking because I'm not in Zambia as well. But we've exported a lot of people outside Zambia. And what does that make you feel when you look at professionals and you stayed back home yourself? You go back and forth. And, you know, how easy it is to make sure that you stay maintained when it comes to knowledge and just research. We know that Africa sometimes can have limitations. So, you know, what are some of the challenges that you faced as far as advancing in your career and advancing with your experience?
Yeah, so most of the time, I think the challenges are in terms of the environment, the practice exposure, and also just the equipment that you're going to use, and also the collaboration that you're going to have with the colleagues. But anyway, I think that's not really a challenge. It's actually a background where you should actually explore some of the advantages that you should have, because for what we know is that we actually have a very good fertile place for you to start your own practice, to start your own making up your own needs of what you need. I think what we just need as professionals is to come together and just help each other, and also try to take advantage of the fact that we are still new, and we have a lot to learn. And we just need to open up our minds. Of course, there will be challenges in terms of collaboration and also in terms of equipment. But I think that should open up our minds, because we should be ready to learn in resource-limited constraints environment, and also in an environment where. So I think the thing that we make a toll on us is that we want to compare what is outside there and what is in Zambia. But I think that should actually work on our advantage, because the place is new. It's a virgin, if I could put it that way. It's a virgin land, and you start what is new, and you work through your way. So I think it shouldn't be a challenge. It should actually be a motivation that we can build on.
Absolutely. So you and I talked about some personal stuff back in the day. And so we're going to get back to that. I want to show you something real quickly, and then that should spike a conversation for us. So take a look at what I'm going to play for you real quickly.
good.
Hey y'all, my name is Clotilda Simoya. I'm a nurse from Houston, Texas, from one of the biggest hospitals in Texas. I'm also Zambian. So I checked myself into the ER on the 25th of July because I had severe chest pain symptoms, shortness of breath. I had a mild fever, and I had a lot of body ache, like the ones that you get from malaria, since I've suffered from malaria before in the past anyway. Then one of the funny symptoms I had was like pain in my fingertips. It hurt so bad, like when they put the socks on my finger, I told the nurse that she was actually hurting my fingers. I don't know where that pain came from. So they did the COVID test, which was negative. They did chest x-ray, and then they did a CT scan. Initially, the doctor thought maybe I was having PE, blood clots in my lungs, but the CT of my lungs showed that actually I had the ground glass attenuates in my both left and lower lungs, which was kind of like one of the symptoms for COVID. So they diagnosed me with COVID pneumonia. I was given treatment and I was sent home. I'm still recovering. Currently, my symptoms are not so bad, but I have very easy exhaustion. I'm hoping to get another CT scan just to make sure my lungs are healed. So please mask up, wash your hands, sanitize, social distance, avoid crowded places, stay safe, and keep the people that love you safe, and help the frontliners from overworking themselves. Thank you.
Absolutely. Welcome back, Dr. Messina. When you watch that and you see a testimonial from someone from the community, someone we know, someone familiar, you know, how does that make you feel?
Yeah, and you know, Davis, it's so real. And you know, people get the perspective that healthcare workers are superheroes. They are maybe extraordinary human beings, but honestly speaking, I think we are just human like any other. I'm an emergency physician, just like Dr. Choa, exposed to different whole lot of ranges of patients that you're going to see in a day. In my emergency department, it's a mixed emergency department, so I see both trauma patients or maybe surgical patients together with medical patients. So there will be a mixture of patients that you are going to see depending on a day. If you're in a cold area or you're in a cold red area, so you're going to see the suspects and COVID. You're going to review a lot of patients. So exposure to these infectious diseases is real, and you are going to be exposed at some point. And yeah, to tell the truth, it's very, very difficult for you to stay away. You might get exposed and infected at some point. Sad enough, we have lost actually a lot of healthcare workers, both in Zambia and as Africa as a whole. A lot of statistics have shown about 26,000 healthcare workers were infected in China, and they were also responsible for spreading out of the disease. So it's real. Health workers have been exposed. We've been infected, and yeah, I'm one of the living testimonies as well.
Yeah.
So looking at the clip that has been played, it's so real. So I started having these fever, sore throat, a bit of some headache, joint pains, and it was, I think, about a month or so ago now. And hey, I got exposed to it, and I saw, I think, a lot of patients in that week. I must have been covering the COVID center. I was a consultant on call for the COVID center, and I was also seeing patients in the emergency department in the Levy Hospital. So I got my test after having that sore throat for like a week, and it came out positive. So we are not immune. We are also human beings. We will get exposed at some point. Lucky enough, by God's blessings, I think I just had a mild disease. I put myself on self-quarantined. I spent all the 14 days, 10 to 14 days in home isolation. And yeah, I repeated the test after 3 weeks, and I'm negative now.
Absolutely, we thank God.
So it's true.
And we are having a conversation. We're trying to figure out whether we should actually say it. And you right away told me, no, I want to let the people know that I was exposed and I tested positive. So that takes courage. There's a lot of stigma, especially when you look at us as Black folks from all over the world. We don't want to share anything personal like that. We think that people look at us differently. Somebody said Africa needs an Afrocentric solution for COVID-19. How hopeful are you that Zambia is going to go through this, especially that now that we're struggling for people to follow, what the guidelines are saying when it comes to, the government or even just health professionals telling folks what to do, and still we don't react the way we do until when we see someone we know, like yourself, getting in contact with the patient and, testing positive. What are your thoughts when it comes to the folks that are still doubting that COVID is real?
So, yeah, it's, most of the time these are bordering around personal beliefs. They're also bordering around personal attributes towards getting information and how to process the information and stuff like that. But honestly speaking, it's real. COVID-19 is there. People are infected. People are dying. We've seen severe cases that have been going around, and I think it's just a matter of behavioral change. And I think that's what's bordering around this pandemic. We need to have that behavioral change, and people just need to believe that the disease is real, and people have been infected, people are dying, and we are going to live with the disease for quite some time. But I think we can win the fight if we can change just the perspective of what is happening, because most of people are not believing, and this is where this forum becomes very, very important, where we share the information, where we have questions, where we have non-medical personnel and medical personnel coming in and trying to talk about the disease and trying to say how it is, and just trying to share the real information together. And I think this will build the trust and the collaboration between different partners coming through to give the right information. And I think we are doing. And I think Davis and all the producers of the program, you're doing a great job.
Thank you so much. Thank you kindly. So lastly, I know that we're going to get you back as well. Hopefully you can stay up. You promised that you'll stay up a little bit late. And I have a question here, and it says, what is the range of the patients that you admit with COVID-19, youngest, oldest, as common range, maybe in the middle? Do you just take care of adults or just the kids? And if so, what are your experiences so far from the difference between the kids and the adults?
Oh, yeah, perfect. So ideally, in my line of work, I am mostly like Dr. Choa and emergency physicians. We usually tend to be more comfortable with the adult patients. We leave the children to the pediatricians, and for obvious reasons, because we don't want to see children suffering.
Right.
So. Yeah, so from the Zambian perspective, we've seen quite a number of middle-aged adults between the age of 25 to age of 45. We've seen a lot of patients in that age ranges. We've seen older patients above 55, above 60, 80. I think the oldest that I've seen so far is around 84 years old. And we've had a young patient, about 3 months old. We've had a 10-year-old girl and a 12-year-old boy with COVID. What we've noticed so far is that the disease has taken a mild course, or maybe, should I say, a relatively mild disease form in the young children, less than 10 years, going downwards. We haven't seen any severe disease form presentation in the young the young children. But we've seen a severe form of presentation like shortness of breath, difficulty, septic shock in the older patients that we've seen, and diabetic patients, hypertensive patients, asthmatic, those with lung problems. They've actually shown a huge critical care presentations in those age groups. Anyone above 50, they've been presenting with severe disease. But suffice to say that I think we've seen a quite young patients in our African setup as compared to the statistics from the China, maybe Italy, Spain, that usually showed a older population with severe diseases. We've actually seen severe disease also in the young, in the middle-aged patients between the age of 25 and age of 45. We've seen quite a number of severe cases. Yeah.
I see. Yeah, shout out to Clotilda for also just coming out and giving us a testimonial, as well as yourself, Dr. Masina. It's not all the time that we actually get a chance to see a doctor who comes out and just outright just say it. I tested positive, and so that takes strength and just selfless acts of your dedication to your job, and we truly thank you. That's the best that Zambia has to offer. You're still a young man, so the future looks bright. Right? So I'm so excited because you're going to stick around, and folks will get a chance to ask you a question. So in a lighter note, you're watching Channel ATV here, and we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we're going to continue a conversation with the rest of the experts. Stay tuned. We'll be back. We'll give them a chance to grab a glass of wine, not a glass of wine, a glass of water, hopefully. But it's a Sunday, so we can get out with it. But stay tuned. We'll be right back. Thank you.
At the house 2020. At the house 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, London your music promotion. Dopest, freshest name in the game, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go get him. Let's go get him. Every year is a new year, another opportunity opanga vintu mushe viloto vatu imwetie nitikapishe tubasire chari mokunta shituka tushe this year ninalemba na resolution mavuto nifuno yafunila solution vaupu wasinifuna na confusion mapempelo na hadi weki chape ndiye fusion gani vasesko tava mpeshe gani satana na lubiro atampefe washiema ichandine mumpefe I declare muchine ne munteshe unawaka wena ile pasa ye unokocha pata bene utange chako mutima yerele pesa ye unawaka wena ile pasa ye unokocha pata bene utange chako mutima yerele I declare unawaka wena mpaka vya ipepisa Yo, let me take them back. They're welcome. Yo, 2017, man, I dropped Psycho Berry introduction. I told you vanilla on the way. With 2018, na sisi na dying. 2019, unikali ni frying. Upper manje New Year, 2020. Still need me buy, I'm a ball ni plenty. Ndalama nazo plenty. I might marry Fenty, Rihanna. Kumuzidi sale Ghana. This is why I'm hot, monga chabeni chisana. Big money bag, tryna pass it to my son. New year, old me, still headliner. Tryna cut me off, sunny face up on my banner. Unawaka wena ile pasa ye unokocha paka bene utange chako mutima yerele pesa ye unawaka wena ile pasa ye unokocha paka bene utange chako mutima yerele I declare mpaka vyai prophesy, yeah. Unamwanga wena mpaka vyai, yelelele.
Nachula sana, nachula sana, nachula sana.
One more time.
Oh, nachula sana,
Yeah.
nachula sana, nachula sana,
Yeah.
nachula sana, nachula sana, nachula sana.
Let me get him one more time. Mumashiwi mwa makaya kuchinja sichu I declare uno mwaka fyala chinje fintu even when I fall I'll rise like the sun akachelo no longer thinking like brainy di muselo but most of all I just wanna find peace a stress-free life mwa Yesu Kristi me please okay nilangizeni njila life yandi yenu muma boko na mishila no toxic friends to cut off from the toxic one I always say I'll do better that's a classic one may this year be the year for me signing out King Booger pray for me gone let's take them in church believe when I'm walk out Kalanda in your music promotion.
Welcome back. This is Davis here at Channel ATV. If you're trying to connect with us, please visit our website. It's www.channelatv.org. You can send us a message if you want to connect with us, if you want to see what we do. And I know that most of you are just interested about, you know, the sports and the entertainment stuff, but this is what makes the world go around. So I'm so honored and so thankful to be here this afternoon, making sure that we present the information the way it's supposed to be, and we're trying to make sure that we connect and bring all the communities together. So we are so thankful. Those of you that are tuning in from all over the world, thank you for being here. We're so honored and humbled the fact that you chose to tune in today. So one of the things that I'm going to talk about is the mental part of our life, because most of the times we worry about just a sickness, but there's the psychology that goes with everything else. And just today we are so excited because we have a professional who's going to talk to us about the mental part of, you know, how to deal with COVID. And so we are so honored, all the way from the UK, Dr. Catherine. We are so excited. Here she is.
Hi, my name is Dr. Catherine Sampa Muyeva, a Zambian trained doctor who moved to Manchester, UK years ago. I completed my specialist training in general adult psychiatry and addictions in Manchester hospitals and the University of Manchester, where I also completed my Masters of Science in Psychiatry. I'm experienced in the assessment and management of adults and young people with substance misuse problems with or without mental illness. I've worked in all settings, including the community, in the hospitals, as well as in prisons. I'm also a very keen advocate for the need to tackle stigma against mental health and addictions. I do that through the social media, as well as speaking engagements at various events targeted for community leaders and church organizations. I'll be discussing the mental health complications of the COVID pandemic and infection and how it's impacting various people in all walks of life.
And here we go. We are so lucky to have Dr. Catherine all the way from the UK. Welcome to the show. Thank you. It's good to see you. Always have a smile. I like it.
Thank you very much for having me. It's a great pleasure, and just listening to all the other professionals and what they've talked about, it's a great opportunity.
Exactly. That's good. That's good. Let's talk about the nerve, because I know that you get away with that by just having a smile. And you and I were talking about this last time. So, you know, how was the preparation? Because you didn't know how everything was going to play out, but you just believed and jumped in. You know, so how's your experience so far? Are you having a great time?
Yes, definitely a great time. Like others have said, a little bit anxious at the beginning. I like to know what is going to happen at what minute. So yeah, I'm okay, and I'm happy that it's flowing, and it's flowing very well. Thank you.
That's good. That's good. So we had to bring in this piece of mental aspect of our community, right? Because it's one thing to test positive, and it's another thing to deal with it when you are told to social distance and you don't understand what that means, and you're told to not to go to school, not to go back to school, or maybe you are allowed to go back to work, but your kids cannot go back to school. So we want to talk to you about that. So is that okay?
Yes.
Absolutely.
In terms of just the disclaimer as well, what I'll talk about is my own personal opinions and cannot be constituted and used as advice. If you have any problems, that you need to seek a professional about it for getting specific advice for your needs. So just starting, I suppose, with the lockdown, when it happened, we are social beings and loneliness is not in our DNA. And that leads to distress because we are less stimulated, and we desire that touch, that human touch, which helps us bond. And when that's lacking, certain chemicals in the body are lacking. It can lead to stress and anxiety and depression. And obviously, everything that came with that, the lack of contact. I keep saying I couldn't attend my kitchen parties where I help set off steam and refuel and re-energize and see my friends. Boredom setting for people, frustration as this went on. And, people at the beginning worrying about having enough supplies and impulse, bulk buying of stuff. Insufficient information, or the information that was coming wasn't always the correct one. So that led to, increased anxiety and fear of the uncertainty of what's going on. Yeah.
Absolutely. So what type of what's a common thing that you've seen that has changed between before the pandemic and now during the pandemic, when it comes to just folks losing their minds and folks just being so unsure of the future? So what have you seen that's common according to the patients that you're meeting now?
Yeah. So maybe to start by saying what is mental health. So mental health, we all have mental health, and it affects the way that we think, the way we feel, the way we behave, and the way that we interact with others. The COVID pandemic has affected our.
Okay, go ahead and unmute your microphone. All right. So it looks like, yeah, there you go. You got it.
So the COVID pandemic has affected us in different ways, and affecting the way that we think about the virus. Some people have become very fearful about being contaminated, the social isolation, and if they had underlying mental health issues, that has sort of become worse for some of them. Like people who have obsessive compulsive disorder, the checking and hand washing and so on, it's sort of like in overdrive. And for some who were already anxious and suffering anxiety, that's made things worse. For people who have actually suffered the illness as well, there are some people who ended up with psychiatric complications, developing things like depression, anxiety. There have been cases that have been reported as developing psychosis. And by that, I mean where they have problems with hearing voices or seeing things which are not there, where they feel extremely paranoid about maybe people putting things in their food or cameras following them and so on. Right. And another condition like the post-traumatic stress disorder, particularly people who've been to the intensive care, it's almost like experiencing a near-death experience, where they start reliving their experiences and having nightmares and flashbacks about them, avoiding situations that reminds them of them. And unfortunately, the news is always about that, so they get more anxious and on edge and so on. The other aspect is, with drugs and alcohol, people are always looking for ways to cope. And sometimes people who are prone to use substances, maybe they drink more than usual to feel better, to feel calm, and equally use substances and drugs. Some literature has shown that the drug markets, especially online drug dealers, has gone up.
Absolutely. Very well explained. Now, if I'm anxious and I feel like I'm fearful of the future, I don't know which direction to go, I don't have medical insurance, and I don't have access to a doctor right away, what is the first thing that I should do? Again, this is not you giving professional advice, but just in general.
Yeah, I think I like how we've also entitled this event as Let's Talk. That's the starting point. Let's talk. We all have maybe people around us who we can confide in and have that conversation. Discuss how you're feeling with somebody. And when you are the person that somebody comes to discuss, don't judge them, don't stigmatize against them. Instead, it's better that you listen, you understand where they're coming from, what is actually going on. And sometimes when somebody says, I'm fine, it usually doesn't bear any resemblance to what's actually going on in their life, in their mind. And therefore, when somebody you ask them a question, how are you? And they respond, explore further. What does that mean? What's going well if you say you're fine? And then just interact with them to understand what's going on. And depending on how bad things are, get them to the primary physician. Here we call them GPs, depending on other areas where you are the first doctor that you go and see. And I understand about not having insurance, but I think I would imagine just go to Dr. Choa and they'll probably...
Or Dr. David?
Or Dr. David. But it's good to talk, but also see the primary care physician and start the process of getting help from there.
I see. So we just witnessed one of our own doctors, testing positive for COVID, and so when a person like you, who's a professional, mental professional, so to speak, when you are struggling mentally, where do you go?
Like everyone else, I want to talk. I want to talk with my husband or my children, my friends. I've got close friends who I can talk to. I belong to a wonderful church where we're participants and leaders in there. There are people that we can speak to. So there are many places where I can find people to talk. And equally in workplaces, people have the occupational health departments where you can talk as well. Sometimes when I'm feeling anxious or distressed or depressed, sometimes the symptoms are mild. They don't amount to the actual illness. And there are certain things that we can do as from internet, self-help resources that we can access. And I particularly like this one called, which is provided by Action for Happiness. And they talk about, if you do these things consistently with yourself or with others, you are more likely to stay happy or come out of that, feeling down or anxious mood. So if you do something for another person, it helps nourish your soul, your own soul. And if you relate, so you connect with other people and you interact and find somebody, even if it's on social media or Zoom, or pick up a phone call and just connect with somebody. And if you're exercising, it doesn't have to go and lift weights. You can go for walks or go swimming, whatever you're able to do, something simple, but just move. That helps release those, endorphins or super happy hormones, which we all have in our bodies. And being aware, being mindful of what's going on around. Dr. Choa talked about meditating, and I like the things that she does about self-care in order for her to cope and keep going on that the emergency department, because there's a lot of stress there, and doing those kind of things helps with that. To keep learning something new, learn a new recipe, bake a new cake, and so on. And having goals, be deliberate in setting yourself some goals that you can work towards, so that you have something that you're looking forward to. And we talk about being resilient, finding ways to bounce back. So when things are down, the pandemic will end. It will come to the end. So we find ways of bouncing back when everything settles, but start working on that now as well. And about the emotions, it's very easy for us to just look at the negative of everything, but there's always some good in every situation. So being deliberate about looking at those kind of things and being comfortable who you are, just accepting who we are. Again, Dr. Choa talked about, the kind of headgear that they wear,
right.
Be proud of who you are. That's extremely important, because you're not comparing with others. And then finding meaning, be part of something bigger. There's always something that you can do and volunteer and just be part of something bigger. Then that way it helps maintain happiness. Another thing I always add to that as well is about enjoying life. You can enjoy life on your own. It doesn't have to cost anything, but also make time to enjoy life with others and regularly checking in with others. How are you doing? How are you doing? And interacting like that.
Absolutely. We are so excited that you are able to tune in, and we're also excited to give the folks the opportunity to ask you questions at the end of the show. So we'll be right back, and I'm so excited to make sure that folks get a chance, whether you can comment or you want to call in. We'll give you the number that you can call, and you're watching a discussion about COVID. We called it Let's Talk COVID. We'll be right back. All right, we're having a great conversations. We still have a very great lineup remaining. We have a lot more professionals lined up, the best that Zambia has to offer out there, the best that Africa has to offer out there. And speaking of that, you know, I happen to know this brother of mine, Dr. Sula, who's doing also wonderful work in the community. Is a product of UNZA and is also a member of GAZHP. And you just saw a clip from the Mary Fulano Foundation. We want to thank you for sponsoring this project today and the program today. We just highly, highly appreciate you for just the work that you're doing for the girls there in Zambia. So one of the things that we have to be aware of that is that when we travel, when we migrate to different places, different countries, we still have to represent where we come from. So it's an honor for me to find all these professionals from Zambia or from other parts of Africa who are doing so well in the community. One of the people that I want to highlight who could not be here today but is a member of GAZHP is none other than Dr. Sula Mazimba. And I'm going to play a little bit of a clip from a couple of years ago when he was invited to the TV studio. But he happens to have a clinic. He's built a clinic in Lusaka, Zambia, and it's called Morning Star Clinics. If you get a chance, make sure you check it out. If you're in Lusaka, we'll give you the information at the end of the program. But real quickly, as we give the professionals a little bit of a chance to drink some water, I'm going to highlight Dr. Sula Mazimba right here. And I'm so honored because we went to school together. Stay tuned.
The diagnosis of heart failure doesn't have to affect your quality of life. We're joined by Dr. Sula Mazimba from University of Virginia Medical Center. All right, so you're told your heart's starting to go. Obviously, there's issues and you need to be concerned. But how can you change your lifestyle, first of all, to see some improvement?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So for the most part, the most important thing is that we must understand that heart failure affects mortality and quality of life. And lifestyle change affects, tries to reverse those very things that heart failure affects. And so it's critically important that eating well is crucial. Making sure that you stop smoking if you're smoking, avoiding alcohol, exercise, good quality exercise, making sure that you're taking all your medications, and following up your appointments with your physician.
And all of these obviously important, hopefully before you even have a sense that you're having a heart problem. How effective can any or all of those be once that heart problem starts to develop, though?
No, those can be quite effective. In fact, there's evidence to suggest that even just keeping up a good exercise regimen and following up all the recommendations recommendations and American Heart Association recommendation guidelines on lifestyle changes, we can actually reverse some of the some of the problems that we see in heart failure.
All right. So if this happens to someone who's is maybe up there in age and in the care of somebody else, what can caregivers do, not just to facilitate the things we've talked about? Are there other things they can do to help?
I think the most important thing is to realize that the discussion of lifestyle change should not just be in the office, that the discussion should continue even in the kitchen, in the living room. And so family members should be able to extend that discussion so that they continuously look for ways in which they can improve their lifestyle, continue with lifestyle changes.
All right, Dr. Sula Mazimba, appreciate your time and your insight tonight. Thank you.
There we go. That's what Zambia has to offer to the United States. Thank you, Dr. Sula Mazimba, for doing what you do, and thank you for being a part of the global movement, which is Gaza, as we know it. So thank you so much. I'm going to bring in the next speaker here. You know him well, Dr. Joseph. We are so thankful to have you today. And here you are. For those of you that are meeting Dr. Joseph for the first one, please take notes and prepare your questions, because he's going to talk about things that you need to know. Thank you. Stay tuned.
My name is Dr. Joseph Yukonga. I'm a consultant physician in geriatric medicine as well as internal medicine. I've just finished my shift on the acute medical unit, where I've worked for quite a few years right at the front line of the hospital. Thank you.
Welcome back. You are watching Channel ATV Live here. We're having a great conversation with the professionals, the physicians, and we're going to continue on with Dr. Joseph. Dr. Joseph, how are you doing, brother? Good to see you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for having me. It's a great and privilege.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you so much for all the help in the background. I know that you're doing a lot of moving things around and making sure that everything, making sure that first of all I behave, in the right direction when it comes to how things should line up. So I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. So you talked a little bit about yourself. Can you please share your background to some of the folks that are meeting you and watching you for the first time?
I've been in the United Kingdom for quite a while, but I was born in the northern part of Zambia,
right,
in Porokoso, and I was brought up in Kabwe. Went to primary school there. For those who are watching, it was called Nimtree Primary School. Then I went off to Kabwe Secondary School, which used to be called King George VI, and then I went to the university through the usual things that happened at that time after one finishes secondary school. And so I went to the university where I did study medicine. And of course, part of my upbringing is having a huge, huge family tree, which we now call family forest. So the of absorbing knowledge, wisdom, and everything else has come from my extended family around me.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Who I am. And of course, I came to the United Kingdom on the Alfred Byte Fellowship, which one has to really fight for, and it's quite competitive. So I had that, and I used it to come to the United Kingdom to learn how the National Health Service works. And of course, I had to learn and achieve and acquire the Royal College of Physicians postgraduate diplomas, etc. And I've managed to pass through quite a lot of privileged hospitals, which have really made me an all-round individual. And finally, I've trained to become a geriatrician.
Absolutely, wow.
Of course, being a geriatrician as well as dual registration, being an internal medicine physician, it's quite a thing about looking after patients from the age of 18 onwards to those who are over the age of 100. And so it's a privilege and an honor. So I think being a doctor is not a right, it's a privilege. And so we always have to thank our patients for being who they are and teaching us a lot. And I think I've learned a lot from my patients, and not necessarily from my peers, but it's always the patients first and then my peers next.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching this, that's experience speaking to you right now. As you can see the comments there, folks are really excited to see you. Shout out to your sister, Lydia. She said, it's good to see my brother, and it's exciting to watch your family members sometimes, supporting you, because they see you and it's difficult. Those are the hardest to impress. Yes, I have a hard time impressing my family, so I can assume you go through the same thing too.
Oh, definitely I do, but they're the ones who taught me.
Absolutely, absolutely. So on the most basic level, somebody asked a question for you. If somebody is trying to get ready physically, first of all, they're out there in the community and they want to protect themselves before they contact COVID or anything like that. What type of vitamins should they be taking if they need to?
I think being healthy requires good nutrition. There's always a good argument that there are some foods that are not good for people. But I think my general comment should be that it's diets probably that are not very good. But anybody who has a healthy diet, whatever the definition is, a good combination of good vegetables, meat, carbohydrates, the standard balanced diet that, in fact, we were taught when we were growing up in Zambia, that's what an individual needs to have. I think where I'm sitting here, I can't really dictate what kind of vitamins they need to have just because there's a particular illness that is associated with deficiencies of different food nutritional content. So I think what really one needs to have is just a good diet, and that will make sure that an individual is very healthy. And therefore, a healthy individual will definitely fight infection a lot better.
Absolutely, absolutely. The next question that came from somewhere in the globe, it said, do you routinely use azithromycin in your patients? If so, are you using it prophylactically or in response to an established bacterial infection, or do you just use it in potent immune? I can tell that this is a person with a medical background because all the words are just all stacked up, and I'm trying to bite my words here. So in other words, what do you routinely use? in your experience right now with going through the pandemic when the patients step into a clinic or the hospital?
Yes. In my hospital, I was privileged enough to have the hospital as part of the various trials that are going on within COVID. Although I'm not an investigator in all those trials, but as a consultant looking after patients, we also had the duty to work with the researchers to make sure that the patients were good enough to be enrolled into the various trials that were there. So in ordinary practice, I have not prescribed hydroxychloroquine, chloroquine, or azithromycin for patients with COVID. I only prescribe those medications in the context of the clinical trials that are now being done in the UK. And some of them have had preliminary publications in various journals. So we have to wait for the extra confirmation publications after the preliminary distribution of whatever they've written about. And so at the moment, no. My answer is very, very clear. I've not prescribed any of the current medications that are being advocated. And as Dr. Da Costa said, we still have to wait for reasonable proof from trials instead of other maybe guesswork, maybe biased opinions on the various medications that are supposed to have worked. But we have to wait for the science to speak.
I see. Now, Dr. Joseph, you know, how do you react? You're somewhat on social media. I don't know whether they're active or not, you know, but when you see other physicians from the continent, you know, talking the opposite of what science represents, you know, what do you do as a person, first of all? Do you react? Do you say something? And with respect with your profession, how do you handle situations like that?
I think the key thing is respectful difference. That's extremely important. So one has to understand the argument that they're giving and then give them some other arguments, but they have to be reminded what science is all about. Whenever a publication is done and there's an argument, one has to see what the argument is all about and read between the lines. Specific to hydroxychloroquine and chloroquine as well as azithromycin, what we need is reasonable data for us to be happy that science has proved that a particular medication is working. And so if one thinks about all the things that have been published, we have to remind people what evidence-based medicine is and what it isn't. And so if there is information, we have to weigh the information out there, the information that is reliable, and then use that good information that is safe for use in our patients. And so I think one has to argue with reasonable, reasonable devotion so that we can convince each other as to whether what we are saying is correct or not. I'm not saying it will never ever work like the hydroxychloroquine. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying, I need information, I need data. And of course, I have to keep listening to my patients because that's very, very important.
Absolutely. Very well said. We are so excited to have you. We need experience in everything that we do in life. So for you, with all the experience that you have, when you look around you, there are other young doctors coming up and they're looking at you. You know, if you're speaking to one, what would be your advice to someone, a young man, a young woman, you know, coming up into the game right now, into the game of medicine? What would be your first thing that you would advise them?
I have to detect if they have the heart to do the profession. And of course, I've got experience of teaching medical students, teaching other because my specialty, geriatric medicine, I have to listen to a lot of multi-professionals, from everybody who keeps the ward clean, right up to my consultant colleagues. And so I have to listen to nursing staff, to clinical officers. In the United Kingdom, we call clinical officers physician associates. And so I've worked with everybody, pharmacists, etc. And so we always have to listen, and I have to try and detect if an individual has got the heart to do the profession. But of course, in my job, I'm usually seeing the young healthcare professionals come in after they've already decided. I'm sure I would say a different thing if I was listening to people who are in secondary school and they haven't yet gone into college. So I think the influence will be a little bit different.
Absolutely.
Yes. And just to mention something quickly, Dr. Da Costa said he's 10% doing clinical work, and then the other clinical work, 90% is in research. There are some of us who have to do the 90% and the 10%. So most of the time I spend it on the ward, dealing with patients. And we are the kinds of professionals who our colleagues, our seniors like Dr. Da Costa need, so that we can implement all the research that they're doing. And we can feedback as well. So it's a good complementary system.
Absolutely. And in closing, right now, because I know you're also going to hang around until
Yes.
the folks get a chance to fire out some questions for you. And I know that experience is needed in the healthcare system, but we also need fresh blood. I'll give you a quick story. When I was having my daughter, you know, when my daughter, I wasn't physically having, but you know what I mean. So, and I went to the hospital, and they said, "Here's your doctor." And she walked in, and she looked almost about 22, you know. And I was thinking, okay, the first thing I asked was, "Do you have a child?" And she said, "No." And so in that moment, I realized to say, well, I'm being biased, because I'm used to having doctors that look a certain way, and sometimes we're not very comfortable looking at the younger doctors. So I was in that particular situation where I had to make a decision. And long story short, she ended up being the doctor for my daughter, and she did a fantastic job. She was just coming out of medical school, very young, no children, not married. You know, so if there are folks that are watching this and they're listening, you know, how can you assure them that the doctors that are coming out of college and they go through internship and all the things that they're required to do, they're going to do a fantastic job? Or should we expect somebody experienced like you standing there by their side?
I think what we all have to remember in the professional world, whatever profession it is, from priesthood, we are talking medicine here, media, etc. The most senior professional started somewhere. We all started somewhere. And so it's the knowledge that counts, and the knowledge has to be nurtured by some of us who are senior. But the other thing as well we need to know is that in the medical profession, there's a hierarchy which is the newly qualified young doctor has got a lot of knowledge, but less experience. And as they progress to become seniors, there will be very experienced people with reasonable knowledge, but the finite, minute information that we learn when we are starting medical school may be disappearing because of natural degradation of the knowledge. So the combination of the senior experience and the youngest with no experience but a lot of knowledge is a wonderful combination that makes us continue to practice medicine the way we do. And I'm sure it's exactly the same with other professions.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So please, the 12-year-old looking young doctor who you may have in the future, they may have a lot of knowledge, but they are looked after by the seniors like myself.
Absolutely. And Dr. Cho, I know you're watching. I wasn't talking about you because I know that, but somebody had to say something. So we are so honored and so thankful that you could bring your experience to the table. And I just want to remind everybody watching that we are at the mark of 2 hours as we are presenting this, and we have just a little bit more to go. And typically what happens with social media, those of you that are watching from Facebook, you know, when you go past 2 hours, you might get disconnected. If you do that, please head over to YouTube and you can watch it live on Channel ATV. But hopefully that doesn't happen. But I just had to prepare your mind. If that happens, please go to YouTube and you can continue watching this conversation. It's so great that we can't cut it short. So we thank you, Dr. Joseph, for all your experience. Thank you very much, sir. And so we're looking forward for you coming back and sharing a little bit more knowledge about your stuff. So we'll be right back. Please take a look at what we're going to play. And then when we come back, we're going to continue with the conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
A fabric mask acts as a barrier to prevent the spread of the virus. It must be used correctly and always combined with other measures to protect yourself and everyone else. When wearing a fabric mask, clean your hands before putting it on. Inspect the mask and do not use it if it is damaged or dirty. Cover your mouth, nose, and chin. Adjust the mask to your face, leaving no gaps on the sides. Avoid touching the mask while wearing it. Change your mask once it gets dirty or wet. To take off the mask, clean your hands first. Remove it by the straps behind the head or ears without touching the front of the mask. As you remove the mask, pull it away from your face. Clean your hands after taking off any mask. If you need to reuse a fabric mask, store it in a clean, resealable bag. Hold the mask at the elastic ends when removing it from the bag and make sure it is not dirty or wet before using it again. Wash fabric masks in soap or detergent, preferably with hot water, at least once a day. Make sure you have your own mask and do not share it with others. When wearing a mask, make sure you know how to put it on, use it, remove it, and discard it or wash it correctly. Remember that a mask alone cannot protect you. When wearing a mask, continue to adopt other measures to prevent the spread of the virus. Stay at least 1 meter away from others. Clean your hands frequently and thoroughly, and avoid touching your face and mask. Stay safe, and let's all prevent the spread of COVID-19.
Welcome back, and thank you for joining us. I am David Shira, hosting a group of professionals, physicians, originally most of them from Africa, residing in different parts of the world. So we are having great conversations, and so far it's been a great wealth of knowledge, and we just thank you for tuning in. And those of you that are writing down your questions and giving us all types of questions, I'm sure we'll get a chance to ask the physicians at the end of the show. So we have just a little bit more time left. But without wasting too much time, we're going to move on to Kenya. And this sister is Zambian, but she works in Kenya. And we're going to go back and just look at what she's done. And before you do that, let's meet her here live at Channel 8 TV.
My name is Melissa Kapulu, and I'm a research scientist. So what does this mean? The nature of my work involves the design and development of vaccines, particularly for malaria. So what I do is look for potential markers that can then be developed as a vaccine. And I work through the continuum process of vaccine development, starting from the basic ends, where we do basic research to try and understand what particular candidate can become a vaccine. And then I also work, my work also involves a particular area of clinical trial research, which involves looking at vaccine efficacy, as well as looking at understanding how we acquire immunity and how that immunity develops over time to particular diseases. There's a particular area of clinical trial research that involves, for instance, in malaria where I work, where we have a particular model of disease where we try and understand how does one develop that immunity that one has acquired over time as lifelong exposure, and then how can we use that? What can we learn from that immunity that can then help us to develop and design vaccines, as well as using that model to understand how we can. Once those vaccines have been developed, can we test whether they are good enough to be progressed onto the continuum phase of clinical trial research?
Welcome back, and please help me welcome.
My name is
real quickly, calling in from Kenya. And we are so excited to have her. I was so excited, almost I played back that information because I was paying so much attention. So here we go. Dr. Melissa, how are you doing?
I'm fine, thanks. David Chua, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. So there seemed to be a delay. Did you switch from your backup network?
No, I'm still on my backup network.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to have you log off and log back in, and let's see whether that improves a little bit of feedback and just the delay. So I'm going to have you log off. And while we're waiting for Dr. Melissa to do that, I'm going to play one of the testimonials. Please take a listen, and there's a reason why we're playing this. Stay tuned.
Hello, everyone. My name is Gillian. I'm here to share with you my COVID experience. I recently tested positive for COVID, and I've been sick since the 13th of July. I can say now I have recovered, but I'm still in the recovery process because it takes a while. COVID takes a toll on your health and your body. I still feel weak. I still feel some pains in certain areas of my body. I'm still coughing. It's over a month now. And believe me, I didn't know I had COVID until a family member tested positive. Well, I only got body chills. I got a blocked nose. I was feeling like, around my teeth. I felt like it was my sinuses because I have some teeth issues. So I kept on taking painkillers, and I'm thinking I'm well. It's only until I could not get out of bed. I was so weak. I was breathless. At times I was trying to catch my breath. I was trying to breathe properly, but really I was barely managing. And on top of that, I had this fever. So for anyone that's thinking twice about COVID not being real, you need to heed to regulations that are stipulated to protect yourself and your family from it, because COVID is deadly, and it's a lot you have to deal with. It's a lot you have to endure. I am here now speaking because, well, I survived. I am lucky, I can say, because every day as you're going through that experience, you don't know how you wake up tomorrow, if you even make it until tomorrow. Well, I was self-isolating at home, and I just had to continue hyping up on my immunity, to fight COVID so that the body can fight the disease on its own. I've had to endure a lot. For anyone who's doubting, please listen and understand and believe that COVID is real and it's taking lives and it's not a joke. A lot of Zambians up to now are still up and about. I know society and life itself is difficult right now, but the best you can do is mask up, protect yourself, don't go in crowds, stop any other gatherings that you can at least avoid going to, protect yourself. This is very important, and I decided to make this video hoping it can reach out to somebody, and so maybe for some of you that know me, that you can also believe that it's actually there. I have recovered, and I'm thankful because I took my last test. Today is the 11th of August. I took my last test on Thursday and it came out negative. But I've been in isolation for over a month and I'm still coughing right now. And I'm still feeling a bit weak. But I carry on. And I want to thank you, everybody that was supportive while I was really out there sick. And thank you so much. And protect yourselves and stay safe.
Well, thank you so much for that heartfelt testimonial. As you can see, testimonials are coming from any part of the world, so there's no discrimination. COVID does not discriminate. If you're watching this and you have any doubts, we had to go through what we went through to make sure that we provide this broadcast and people can learn, hopefully just understand from someone who has more experience than we do. So let's try to see if we can bring Dr. Melissa back here. Dr. Melissa, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me well?
Much better, much better. We didn't want to miss out on having you live, so I'm glad that you reconnected. So how is everything? Tell us, how did you find yourself in Kenya?
So I've been in Kenya now, working in Kenya for the last 7 years. So immediately I did my undergrad at UNZA, so I'm also an UNZA alumni. Right. And then I did a master's and then did a PhD. So immediately after my PhD, I got a job and came out to work in Kenya.
Absolutely, absolutely. So most of us know that doctors don't quite have a life, but you definitely have a life. And you and I were having a conversation about Sauti So, and I was telling you about all my friends Bien and Shimanu and all those guys, and you are really shocked that I know those guys from the entertainment world. So tell us about your life in general. What do you do when you're not at the hospital?
Yeah, so and just a disclaimer, so I'm not a physician, so I'm a research scientist.
Okay.
I think everyone needs to have sort of a way in which to sort of relax after work.
Right.
So my way of relaxing is either listening to music. I like to cook. I like to bake. So I like to read. So those are the types of things that I do.
Absolutely, absolutely. So let's take a look at how you look like at work. You're right there in the middle, staring into the equipment there, and that's how you look at work. Okay, I see you. Okay, that's great. So walk us through what's a typical day for you when you wake up and you're going to work. You know, what do you encounter every day?
Yeah, so I mean, so I have two aspects of my job. So one aspect is where I spend a lot of time in the lab, trying to find and design vaccines, or looking at immune responses, or detecting pathogens. Another aspect of my work is a particular type of clinical trial research. So where we either look at a vaccine efficacy, or looking at understanding immunity in humans after they've been given a particular disease.
Absolutely, absolutely. So when you mention a vaccine, there's a lot of stigma for most of us as Black folks, especially back home, and rightfully so, because of all the messaging that's been coming out of on social media. Watching other first world countries trying to come into Africa and do the testing in Africa. How scared should I be as an African if somebody approached me that they're trying to give me a vaccination for COVID-19?
I think by the time somebody comes to give a vaccine, let's say, for instance, whether it's in Lusaka or it's in Nairobi or Mombasa, that vaccine would have gone through a whole range of different processes. So I'll give an analogy of, maybe, let's say, if we wanted to make the door that we have in our homes, we need to first go and pick up whether are we going to use mukwa, are we going to use teak, what kind of wood are we going to use? The same thing happens with vaccines. You have to go and decide, so which part of that particular infectious disease or of that pathogen will you use to make that vaccine?
Right.
So once you've got your mukwa from the, of course, your mukwa is in a forest.
Yeah.
So you have to go and cut the tree down, and then bring it now to where you will go and cut it up into logs. Vaccines also have a similar process. So once you've gotten that particular candidate that you want to make into a vaccine, it has to go through several processes for it to get to the point where you can now bring it into, let's say, humans. So each vaccine has to be, any potential vaccine has to be tested in, first of all, animals, to make sure that it is safe and it is not toxic. So once that happens, you can then now begin to look, you can now bring it into humans. And the first stage of human testing is actually looking at the safety. So even though you've done your safety, looking at whether it's toxic in animals, you will still need to do that in humans. So it's like, now after you've gotten your tree from the forest, you've brought it into the workshop to cut it down into logs. You then need to, you're now asking yourself, so what kind of a door do I want? What things do I want on this door? Do I want a door with maybe a bit of glass on it? So it's a similar kind of process even with vaccines. You now ask yourself, okay, what kind of immune response do you want this vaccine to elicit? And then once you know what kind of immune response you want this vaccine, the body to make against this vaccine, you can then begin to look out for this particular responses once you give vaccines. So there are about 4 stages of trials that a vaccine goes through. So the first stage is looking at safety, like I mentioned before. So you do in a small number of people, usually what they are called phase 1 clinical trials. It's usually maybe about 20 people. And there is just looking to see do they get a really bad reaction to this vaccine? And if they give a bad reaction to this vaccine, then it won't go any further. The other aspect is that you also have to know, I mean, is this vaccine going to be given as through the vein? Is it going to be given through the muscle? So there are different processes. Like I was saying about the tree going from the forest into now the workshop. It's similar. So their analogy is sort of similar, that you kind of have to now begin to shed through to see what would be the best approach to take this vaccine. So once it reaches, so once you've gone through your phase 1, you know that it is safe. You can then now look at, okay, so I've got a safe vaccine, but does it actually work? If I get it, does it actually protect Davis Chua from not getting COVID? And then you then do again in a smaller subset of individuals, you give them that vaccine, and then they get exposed to, for instance, if it is COVID, you're now trying to see, okay, if I gave, let's say I gave 50 people the vaccine and another 50 people, I give them maybe a different vaccine. So I want to see, will the 50 people who I gave that COVID vaccine, will they get COVID? And you then work out to say, even if the people who didn't get the COVID vaccine, how many got the disease? So then you can work out, say, what percentage were actually protected from not getting COVID. So once it goes through that phase 2 trials, it then goes into phase 3. And phase 3 is now larger numbers of people. So now you're talking about, in fact, with COVID now, the numbers they're talking about for phase 3 trials are in the thousands. So now you're going to really large clinical trials where you're looking at a lot of people, because you now want to see, really, if I take it to more than 100, more than 200, more than 400 people, can it still protect whether it's 80% of the 5,000 people that you've taken it to? And then once that has happened, you can then take it into either some vaccines going to phase 4, or some going to continue. They are now progressed into, for instance, into the clinic for them to be administered to a wider population. Now, in terms of COVID, we know this is a pandemic. Things are unprecedented. From January, we knew what the virus was that was causing, that was as a result of COVID. Right. So since then, people have been working to develop vaccines. So there are about 29 potential vaccines that are in various phases of clinical trials. We have 6 to date that have reached phase 3 clinical trials. So the hope is that within, hopefully before the end of the year, we might get at least out of those 6, which one is working best. And like Dr. DeCosta mentioned, that where he works, they are actually looking to see how can people access this. Because you can imagine the pandemic is just not focused on Africa. It's a worldwide pandemic. So whatever vaccines get produced, they have to be produced for the 6 billion, almost 7 billion individuals on the planet. So we just have to make sure that we have the right vaccine that gives us the best result is you protect everybody. Not all vaccines will give you 100% protection. The best you can hope for is that it will give you, and it will protect at least 80% of the population. And with 80% of the population, you are hopeful that when they get that vaccine, they will develop the right immune response. And then because 80% have gotten it and have been protected, they can have what they call a herd effect. So if you are not, so let's say, for instance, I get the vaccine, you don't get the vaccine. But by the fact that we live in the same community, you are protected because I have gotten the vaccine. Because then we are reducing the risk of disease. So that's the hope, that even if we get a vaccine that protects up to 80%, by the fact that we will get a lot of people vaccinated, it can actually have a wider impact amongst people.
Absolutely. Very, very well explained. You know, I like the scenario that you gave us. I think a layperson like myself, it helps me to understand, your explanation. So thank you for doing that. Now, I know that we're running out of time, but we still have enough time to just make sure that everybody's catered to. In closing, there are so many questions that people posted on the link, but I want to ask you this personally. You mentioned the numbers of people that you testing as you go through the phases. So how are you picking these 50 people, and who are these 50 people? If you are based in Africa, are you testing just the folks in Africa? Or if you're in the United States, are you testing people in the United States? Or how do you pick those groups that you're testing as you go through the phases? Because that's one of the issues that we have. I have a problem with somebody coming from France coming to test in Africa. So how are you picking those people?
So usually what happens is that the first phases of the trials are usually done in very healthy adults. It's usually adults, so they're done in really healthy adults to make sure that you're really getting the safety profile of that product. So, and in most cases, the first people who are ever given the vaccines are within the community in which that vaccine was initially made. So I'll give you an example of the current Oxford COVID vaccine. Right. So the first people to ever have gotten that vaccine were healthy individuals who reside within the UK. So we reside close to the institute where that was. It's the same thing even with one of the vaccines that's been made in the US. Some of the first people that got the vaccine were a small group of people in Seattle. So it's carefully picking, and again, participation in these trials is voluntary. Nobody is forcing anybody to say you should participate in these trials, and nobody should ever force anyone to participate. Participating in clinical trials is absolutely a voluntary process. So you make a decision as an individual based on the information that you're given about that product, how safe it's been and where it has been and how it has been manufactured to get it to you in that particular clinic setting. So participation in each of these phases is voluntary. Now, what we need to remember is that vaccines are not just meant for healthy people. I mean, vaccines are meant, the primary thing is to protect against disease, so against developing an infection.
I see.
But we know that if we're going to, for instance, in the case of COVID, we're going to have to protect 7 billion people. And these 7 billion people will have a wide range of underlying conditions as well. So that's why even when you move along the process of testing, you will slowly begin to introduce that product in let's say, for instance, populations that are not necessarily healthy, because you want to make sure that when you do give out that vaccine, if you're going to give it in people who might have another infection, that it will still be safe. So the clinical trial process tries to cater for all these different scenarios eventually when that vaccine gets to being given in a clinic setting, for instance.
Absolutely. Very well explained. I think that we need a little bit more light on that, because, as you know, it's a very confusing narrative of information that we receive every time. So even when you talk about the group, for example, are you testing, and you can answer this at the end, but I want to give you something to think about, because I've seen the comments. When you're doing a testing, for example, you're testing in Africa. Africa offers all types of races. We have, white folks, we have black folks, we have all types of people. Are you intentionally picking these groups? Because what works on a black person may not necessarily work on a different race, even though we're all human beings. So please think about that. At the end of the show, you could probably shed some more light on that, because this is an opportunity for us to learn from you, the experts. So we're going to take a short break. When we come back, we're going to continue on with the next speaker. Thank you so much, Dr. Melissa. We appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. All right, we are having a great conversation with all that Zambia has to offer, the best that Zambia has to offer to the rest of the world. So we truly, truly thank you. And like I said before, we have folks that have been a product of the University of Zambia from all over the world, and they are so proud and they are so happy to see other doctors, participating in this conversation. So I want to scoot over to a different part of the world so I can play somebody who actually sent us a testimonial from a different part of the world. Check it out.
Hello, I'm Ashraf Kuvadia. I'm a pediatrician and I'm the academic head of the Department of Pediatrics and Child Health at the University of the Witwatersrand. I work on the front line, managing children who may have COVID in our department. I graduated at the University of Zambia, UNZA, in 1990, and I'm proud to be a product of UNZA.
Welcome back, and shout out to all the folks from UNZA who came together and trying to make sure that they present the resources into the community for us to consume and learn from the best. So without wasting too much time, I'm gonna head over and invite our brother Dr. Masozi. He will let you know a little bit about himself, and before we do that, I'll bring him in quickly so he can share a little bit of experience. Check this out.
Hello there, my name is Dr. Masozi. I'm working in Baltimore, Maryland. I'm an anesthesiologist. My typical day begins in the morning around 7 a.m., depending on my shift. I give anesthesia for all sorts of surgeries from head to toe. Sometimes I'll be working labor and delivery, giving epidurals or providing anesthesia for cesarean sections. And occasionally when on call, then we help with resuscitation, intubating patients that are in dire straits. Thank you.
Well, you gotta love Dr. Masozi. I like how he said it's so cool and calmly. I do all types of surgeries from the head to the toe, just like it's something so simple that the rest of us can relate to. So here he comes, Dr. Masozi. How are you doing, sir?
I'm good. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you for all the sponsors, AWWI and Gaza, for making sure that we have this worth of knowledge. This is ladies and gentlemen, it doesn't come easy to put something like this together. So we thank you. We appreciate you. AWWI, we understand that you're going to continue putting up some more stuff. So no pressure for you. So we appreciate you. And same thing for GAZHP and all the sponsors, that we continue to mention going forward. So Dr. Masozi, welcome to the program.
Thank you.
All right. So tell us a little bit, what do you do on a typical day? And I know that you're very cool and very calm and very collected. When does your face show us crisis?
So my typical day, I'll divide it. There's a pre-COVID time, there's a COVID surge time, and a post-COVID. So, but in the pre-COVID, normally start at 7 a.m., set up room, see your patient before the operating room starts, usually at 7:30. And surgeries can last 30 minutes or they can last 6 hours, it all depends. And after the COVID, when the governor and actually the federal government canceled all surgeries, we transitioned to actually helping out in the emergency room and in the ICU. And generally the rule that was made was that because intubating a patient is very stimulating in terms of droplets, they decided that the most experienced people to intubate would be the anesthesia providers. And therefore, that was the task that were given to intubate these patients. But at the moment, we're back in the operating room doing the usual stuff. The only thing that's changed right now is all our patients still get a COVID test 2 days before their surgery, and they're asked to isolate before they come to the operating room. But even with that, we still take precautions when we're intubating, manipulating the airway, because there's still a risk of false negative patients that can transmit. So that's our situation right now.
Absolutely. Oh, yeah. That's pretty tough. So one of the young ladies that works with me, she has a young baby, just less than a couple years old. And, the little girl had to go through surgery. And before that, they tested her and they found that she had COVID. The mother didn't have it. So as a family, what do you do at that point as a mother? Because you still have to take care of a child. So what do you have to do when that situation arises?
So basically, the factor that determines whether we go forward or not is how urgent is that surgery. So if it's urgent surgery, we'll still go ahead, take precautions and all. If it's non-urgent surgery, then we postpone for 2 weeks, make sure the child or the patient recovers. And usually in such situations, these patients are followed up and would actually give patients these to monitor their oxygen level at home. And there's somebody that calls them every day. That's in my area, at least, where they call them every day, make sure they're okay. And if any time that number drops below 92%, they're asked to go to the ER ASAP. And so that's how it's actually virtual home care of these COVID patients.
I see. So do you, if you're a mother and your child who's 2 years old gets COVID and you don't have it, when they take the kid into the hospital, do you separate the family, or does the parents still come to be a part of what you're going through?
So that's an exception with the pediatric age group. We normally allow one parent at least to come in, even if the child is positive. They can put on a mask, but only for adults. For adults, even when they're coming for surgeries nowadays, things have changed. In those days, they would come to the pre-op area with families, sit together. Nowadays, you come alone. I know Catherine talked about the psychological aspects of this. These patients are alone, coming for the surgery. The family stays at home or in the car outside the building. But with pediatric age group, it's an exception. One parent has to be there.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you so much. So here we go, and this is how you look like in PPE. Can you identify yourself from the picture if you can see it?
Yes, I'm the one in the bottom right in the blue top.
Absolutely, absolutely. And all the doctors shared how they approach safety when they deal with their family members. By the way, shout out to your daughter who's watching. As soon as you came on, she said, "Hi, Dad," and we'd love to see that. So that's great that family are actually supporting you from every perspective, including your kids, your children, and stuff like that. So what precautions are you taking to make sure that you protect your family as a medical doctor, male medical doctor, for that matter?
So basically, I think the most stressful part is when you're taking out all that. Studies have shown that's the biggest risk, and most infections, which happened in China and Italy, happened when at the end of a shift, when you're taking off all your PPEs. So we have what is known as a spotter that makes sure that you take out everything properly and don't contaminate yourself. It's a stepwise process. And then when I come home, first thing I do is wash my hands, even if I washed at the hospital, in terms of trying to make sure that I don't carry anything.
I see. Very well said. And we continuously pray for you guys to make sure that you continue to be safe, because we need you. The community needs you right now. So, looking forward, how excited is you about the future, and how hopeful are you for the future? Because science is real, right? But we also know that fear is real. So how motivated are you for the future when it comes to just a pandemic in general? Do you think there'll be any change, and if so, how long do you think we're going to be going through this?
So it all depends on when this vaccine comes out. I love what Dr. Kapulu went through. It's really an accelerated phase, and I think it's helped. But because like the NIH here in Maryland, they already had some of the genetic material from SARS-1, the first SARS of 2003, 2004, with very similar genetic aspects. So they were able to quickly move forward, share it around the world, and so on. So I think there's hope as long as the vaccine comes out. But I think the world will never be the same. There's always going to be people who are anti-vaxxers, as they call them, who refuse the vaccines and so on. So I think the world has changed. We need to keep those masks on, all the time until and when the vaccine comes.
I see. So you are proudly representing Zambia wherever you are, and folks in the DMV area, they're giving you shout outs here, representing the folks in their community. And so what will be your message for folks that are watching you from Zambia right now? Because we know that social distancing here in the United States is different from social distancing back in Africa. So what would be your advice to encourage folks that are watching this right now?
My advice is don't go out if you don't need to go out. If you do go out, put on a mask. Try and not touch your face. This virus is so contagious. Just touching your face, your eyes, your mouth, and it's easy to transmit. So social distancing, face mask, keep your arms down. I've seen in shops, right, even here in the US, where people put on gloves, shopping. They're touching their face with the gloves.
Right.
Right. So the most important thing is try to avoid touching your face, keep the mask on, and social distancing.
I see. Thank you so much. And we're excited because you're also sticking around to make sure that you take the questions from the community. So we thank you and we appreciate your experience. And God bless you and continue to be safe. And tell your daughter I said hello. That was a good thing that she did. As soon as you logged in, she's like, "Hi, Dad." She was trying to let you know that she's there.
All right, thanks.
So we are continuously having this conversation with medical doctors, the professionals right here on Channel ATV. We'll be right back with the next speaker. All right, welcome back. This is Davis here at Channel ATV. We're having a great conversation with different types of professionals from the medical field. And as we wind down to the last part of the show, we just want to encourage you and thank you for being a part of this program today. It's been very, very informative. And ladies and gentlemen, I don't know about you, but I'm having a great time just listening and just soaking in all types of knowledge. So it's good to have women, representing other women from all over the world, and I'm so grateful and so honored to know this young lady here, Dr. Anna Katema. She is active in the community. She's representing women out there in the front line, and we're just so thankful for what she does in the community. But before we bring her in, please meet Dr. Anna Katema.
Hello, I'm Dr. Anna Katema. I'm a vascular neurologist by training. I currently work as a neurohospitalist. I'm also a co-founder of the Mary Fulano Foundation and the Atlanta Zambian Women with Influence. And in partnership with GAZHP, we put together this COVID-19 talk. So I'm really excited that you're joining us and look forward to sharing a lot of information with you. Truly, a typical day for a neuroconsult there's no typical day because it varies, but we do see COVID-19 patients who have neurologic complications. So I look forward to sharing this with you, so please stay tuned and God bless.
Yes, indeed. And without further ado, here she comes.
Hi.
Dr. Katema, welcome back. It's good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Thank you for being patient, but this is what you get by having a drink, to bring people together. This is exactly what happens. I want to just thank you for the vision, and thank you for just having the knowledge of staying consistent and without really worrying and just trusting me to do the things that I said I could do. And I constantly remind you that, and you always say, "Oh, we know you can deliver," but but the nerves still kick in anyway, right?
Absolutely. No, it's fantastic. I've learned so much listening to all the speakers. So it's
Absolutely.
great.
Absolutely. No, so thank you so much. As usual, we're gonna try to identify you here and see how you look like on a typical day from work. Can you see yourself? Do you see yourself in the picture?
I do, at the very end.
Which end?
With the yellow on top.
All right. Yeah, no, that's great. That's great. So you seem like you're all the way covered from the top to the bottom. Mm-hmm. So thank you so much, and I appreciate your husband for always working with us through the hardships of creating time and the phone calls and everything else. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. So there's something that I mentioned last time, and I'm proud to mention this. You are the first female Zambian to attain, your position, and I know you don't like to mention it, but I'll say it again. So just to encourage somebody watching, what does it take to be Dr. Anna Katema?
Wow. Really, it's just medical training. So 4 years of undergraduate, an additional 4 years of medical school, and then 4 years of neurology residency program, and additional years for the vascular neurology training. Mm-hmm. So yeah, as you mentioned, I'm the first Zambian vascular neurology, and it's a new specialty. And just in general worldwide as neurologists, we're very, very short. So we need more. So I encourage anyone who wants to come to neurology, and happy to mentor.
Absolutely, and you're always very passionate about making sure that women are involved in the fight for equality and all these things, whether it comes to education or civic engagement or all these different things that makes the community. So why is it important for you to make sure that women are uplifted, even in the medical field?
Well, I mean, you know the saying, you educate a woman, you educate a nation. So it's very imperative for women to definitely be in the forefront, breaking the ceiling. I mean, definitely women are still a minority in majority of the specialties. So always encouraging women. We need more women to come into medicine, need more women in finances. Everywhere we need a lot of women. And that's why we're so passionate and wanting to see a lot of women educated.
Absolutely. Speaking of educated women, shout out to my friend, Miss Frida Brazo. She's always consistent and supporting us. Thank you, Miss Frida, for being always around us and supporting the community at large. And she's a fellow woman in Atlanta and your friend, your dear friend. So thank you so much. And so going forward, and I know that when we started the program, we spoke about how you helped me through the process. I was, working with a client who lost a child just last week, as early as last week, and I was having a hard time on how to process, not only as a professional in producing the content that the people wanted, but it was really difficult for me because it was the first time that I saw a child, passing on, and just the process was very, very difficult for me. And you walked me through that. And I say that to lead into, your behavior when it comes to just being a professional as a doctor, and the temperament that you have to have to steer, if you will, to give confidence to the patients. You're very calm. I don't think I've ever seen you panicking. I've heard you panicking in your voice, but not really panicking like that. So, and I remember I was on the call with you, and you got a call from work, and I think they wanted you to go and work on a brain or something, and you were just like, not today, not today, not today. And so I saw that you're a human being, because I felt that emotion connected to that. But having said that, so how do you balance yourself when it comes to removing your emotions at work, and including your emotions at home?
Well, I mean, you have to find something else that makes you strong. Some people, and I kept hearing a lot of people say other methods that they use to cope. For me, it's prayer. I pray a lot. That's where I get most of my strength. And just trusting, being led by the Holy Spirit in everything that I do. And when I'm going into a tough case, I will always say a prayer before I walk into the room. I do brain death exams. That's challenging. Before I walk in, sometimes I'm like, God, please let this patient have some reflexes so I don't have to declare them brain dead, because it's really tough. Where you're telling somebody, and I think I've mentioned this to you, you're telling someone that you're brain dead, but your heart is still beating. And this is something that I have done a few times during this COVID pandemic on very young people. And it was heartbreaking. Those situations broke me, but I stayed strong during the time. When I got home, I covered myself in my blankets and just process it, pray, and then you keep moving. But you really have to just find something that gives you strength to continue doing what we do.
Absolutely, absolutely. So now for a doctor who has a big family, and you have 4 kids, 5 kids, I'm not saying that's a big family, but we can consider it that. But if you have just an X amount of a number of children, and you're coming from work, on a hectic environment, and you go back home, what is the process that it takes you to calm down from that intense moment? And when you go home, you have to be a husband, or you have to be a wife. What does it take to do that between the time you're driving from the hospital to your house?
So I'll speak for myself. On my drive home, I have about 40-minute drive. So I'm listening to a lot of gospel music, and you just unwind. So it's just you and the music, you unwind. And by the time you get home, there's the process of decontamination. So through all that process where you're
undressing in the garage, you're putting clothes in the washer immediately, you sanitize, you wash your hands, rush to the shower. So all those processes, to me, is you're actually removing what was at work and stepping into a different environment, because you recognize that, you know, it's a transition from the hospital and you come into the house. And I tell people, because when COVID first started, and my husband will get me for this, but initially when it started, we shared the bed, and I noticed my husband kept sleeping at the edge of the bed, and I said, this man is going to fall out of the bed. What's going on? And, you know, a week going on, I realized, because I mean, I'm in the front lines and we had to process it together. He didn't know what to expect. He was also terrified. Is she bringing it home now? But now all through this, you know, having to decontaminate, we have a process in the house, both for me and my husband, that has helped us to where, okay, this is our safe zone and this is our hot zone.
I see. Very well explained, and I like when you're practical like that, because most of us can relate to that. We do have family members who work in those infrastructures, and most of us get confused, and sometimes people get quarantined with your soulmates, with your spouses, if you will, and it's not an easy process. I've seen people go through that in the community, and so you brought up spirituality in the medical field. When you work with patients, and certain patients may not be of any belief, if you will, any religion, they don't believe in that. Do you give a patient, has this ever happened to you, where you give a patient an opportunity to pray before, for example, you're examining him or her? How do you convey your message when it comes to your spirituality into the patient?
You know, it's funny you ask that question, because truly, I feel like people who are spiritual, we can recognize each other. I think it's just a spirit behind, because I've had patients who've just said, can you pray for me, without me saying anything? There are some people, as medical professionals, we go through getting history on a patient. So as you go to the social history, that is where you have the opportunity. How do you, in terms of mental health, like, you know, what do you do to deal with stress? And some people will bring up church, and so that's your cue to say, okay, this is a spiritual person. And in those people, I'll say, can I pray for you? Obviously, it's a thin line between being professional and pushing your own beliefs on other people. So I don't do it with everyone, but people who are open, absolutely, I do it with them.
Absolutely. That's very good. And I can relate to that, because for me, obviously, I'm a Christian as well. You know, when you watch TV, there are certain things that we go through that you don't see on camera. And a few of you might know that, you know, I get the opportunity to work with the NFL. And so in that environment, the NFL encourages religion within the players' organizations and stuff like that. And so even on a live game, right after the game, all the players who are Christians, they actually know each other, including the photographers. And we all meet up in the middle, and everybody kneels down, and we say a quick prayer. You don't see that on TV, but that's very practical. So I want to thank you for just highlighting that. You can bring up God in any environment, but we have to know that as you're a professional, you're dealing with different people of different beliefs, and but they are at your mercy. And so that could be a very tricky situation for you to make a decision. You know. So speaking of making decisions, how I know that this is not the first time that you and I are working together, but how was it watching other doctors who are working with me for the first time, and the panic that you saw, not knowing, because at this time they had to trust somebody else, right? Not us trusting them the way we go into the hospital. So what was from your perspective, what was your observation, you know, working with other professionals when it comes to technology, just how, you know, everybody's running around trying to find a ring light. What is the ring light? I had to explain that. Okay, move, stay in the middle. Oh no, this and that. So what was your experience, you know, watching others go through the process?
Well, we've been there. So that was I'll say I've been there. So that was me a few weeks ago, and truly, because I've worked with you, so I knew what to expect. And so when somebody hasn't worked, because I was really nervous too before a previous event, because I didn't know what to expect. So I think they're going to have very good things to say.
Yeah, well, that's good. Hopefully so. And I want to thank all the expatriates for just staying calm and watching. And I can see that everybody's enjoying watching somebody else do it. You know, I think that's exactly their intention. We wanted to do that. So again, if you're joining us, you're watching us live at Channel ATV. We have the privilege and honor to have all these professional physicians, the best that Zambia has to offer, the best that Africa has to offer, right here live. And Dr. Anna, I just appreciate you. Any
Thank
last
you.
words? And I know that we're heading down into the final stretch here before we bring in Dr. David.
Sure.
Any
Absolutely.
last words from you?
So I will speak very lastly about COVID in neurology because that's my specialty, and I know I'm going to speak about what I have seen from a neurologist perspective.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm seeing a lot of patients coming in confused with altered mental status. I'm seeing patients having trouble with testing and smelling. That's when their nerves have been affected. I'm also seeing after the virus, because it's a virus.
Right.
So we're also seeing it affect the nerves in the arms and in the legs, something called Guillain-Barré syndrome. I've had a patient with that after they had COVID. And most importantly, that we're seeing more often now is the blood clots. So it's affecting blood clots, several systems. So we're starting to see people coming in with a stroke, which is where a blood clot then clogs up one of your blood vessels in the brain, and then a part of your brain gets damaged. And then, you're either weak in your arm, leg, depending on which part of the brain has been affected. So we're seeing a lot of that happening now.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I'm glad you touched on that. I was almost choking there because I almost forgot something that you just told me a few days ago. And that was, there's something called brain death, right? You talked a little bit about it. And could you please clearly explain to the folks that are watching the difference between somebody just passing on, just dying, a normal, natural way that we know, and you making a decision that somebody's brain dead?
Yeah. So a lot of us understand death as, and you can see in the movies when somebody dies, we're checking for the heart rate. The heart has stopped working, essentially, where there's no more blood going to the different parts of your body. Now, when it comes to brain death, your heart is still functioning. The rest of your organs are also working, but then your brain is dead, and which is the lower part of your brain. And so what we do is essentially check for what is called brainstem reflexes, which is, are your eyes responding? Can you cough? You have a gag? So very specific things that we look for. And when we don't find that, so we go by our exam. The neuro exam is the most important thing that we use to say somebody's clinically brain dead. And once we say you're brain dead, then, by law, you're dead. And even if so, it's hard for families to accept that because the heart is still pumping, all this is still working, but you're saying this person is dead. But because you can never revive the brain. Once it dies, it dies. I always tell the cardiology folks the brain is the most important organ in the system. I know Dr. Kazila will not agree to that, but I think the brain is the most important one.
Let's see what he says when we bring him back into the panel. And that's a conversation for a different day. But thank you for being here. So we're going to take a short break. When we come back, we're going to have a great opportunity to talk to Dr. David. And after that, we'll bring the whole panel together. You're watching everybody here live on Channel ATV. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. You're watching us live here at Channel ATV. We have the great privilege to host the best that Zambia has to offer, the best that Africa has to offer. We are having this conversation called Let's Talk COVID. And it's a panel discussion presented by GAZHP and AZWWI right here in the United States. For those of you that are watching from Zambia, thank you so much. I know that we kept you live late for you, and same thing for folks in Europe. But we appreciate your time. So as we talk to Dr. David, we're going to bring all the expatriates right after him, and so we can have a great conversation in closing. So I want to thank everybody for just staying patient and learning with us as we grow and continue to support the community. So without further ado, here is Dr. David.
Hi there. My name is Dr. David Kajila. I'm a cardiologist, internal medicine specialist practicing here in Lindsay, Ontario, Canada. I'm a proud graduate of the University of Zambia. I graduated in 1991, and after that, I decided to pursue studies in internal medicine in South Africa. I obtained my fellowship of the Physicians of South Africa in internal medicine, and then proceeded to subspecialize in cardiology. I relocated to Canada in 2001, and I've been practicing medicine and cardiology here in Canada for the past 19 years. I'm in private practice. This is my lab, and typically on a day I come in, I see the fast-track chest pain patients and other urgent cardiology patients. We do the necessary tests that are needed urgently, and then after that we map up a management plan, and they're good. Then I go to the other office where I see the non-urgent patients. Since COVID-19 started, we've started doing telemedicine instead, so that we can maintain social distancing. I hope you enjoy this discussion that we're going to have on COVID-19. Enjoy. Thank you.
And welcome back. I'm your host, Davis Shira, producing on behalf of DC Productions here. And we are so excited to bring in our very own brother, Dr. David, all the way from Canada. Dr. David, how are you doing, sir?
Oh, very well, very well. Thank you, Davis. By the way, you're doing a great job. You've gone beyond my expectations.
Thank you. Coming from you, thank you so much. Thank you very much. It's all about learning and moving forward and finding out how we can put the community together and move forward. So I want to thank you and thanking all the members of GAZHP and members of AWWI for coming together and partnering and doing such an amazing, fantastic way to bring us together and learn information. So, I've known you for a while now, and you're very positive and very optimistic. We talk at least once a week, so to speak. And what lets you down, Dr. David? What really lets you down as a person, as a doctor? What lets you down?
What lets me down? It's when I feel defeated on an issue that I'm passionate about and believe it's the right thing to do. Like everyone else, you get disappointed and you feel down because you haven't achieved what you set out to achieve. That brings me down. But as a Christian, I've learned over the years that trusting in God is the most important thing we should ever do, because we are only human. We make mistakes. We're not perfect. And I think when I'm down, suddenly I'm up because of the faith in the Lord. So that's my inspiration. And so basically that's how I'd answer it.
That's great. What I love about you, Dr. David, is that as busy as you are, when the community needs you, you're always there. And you can see in the comments, you've influenced a lot of people over the years. And you and I have the privilege to work on the same platform, which is AWWI. You're going to head the health department, and I'm heading the media department. And you and I talk on how we can try to make the two things work. And it's always a pleasure, learning from you, and just understanding that you're a professional as good as it gets, and but very humble about it. So we thank you for all your expertise, and thank you for making sure that all this stuff happened today. So moving on, we do have a few questions from the folks here, and but before we do that, walk us through yours. It's a little bit different because you're working for yourself with the partners, if you will. What's a typical day for you?
As I said in the clip, we have a two-way street, sort of, where we have we've prioritized the urgent cases from the non-urgent cases, and we set up a clinic where we realized that patients who are presenting with chest pain in the ER, when tests are done, they may not have a heart attack and they're discharged and they could go home. and then they may end up dropping dead at home because that process of a heart attack starting was not detected. So it's important that when they're discharged from the ER, they're evaluated by a cardiologist quickly enough so that further testing are done to detect disease. And I can tell you, we've picked up a lot of cases where you'll say, if this guy had waited 2 days and a week, he would have been gone. So that's what we do. And then the second part is the non-urgent cases, and then I see them. But having said that, I'm now 19 years in Canada as an internal medicine specialist. So the earlier part of my career, I did ER, I did critical care and internal medicine in general. So yeah, at this stage of my life, that's what I'm doing.
All right. So there you are there, folks. If you are trying to know a little bit about Dr. David, you can connect with him. As you can see, he's into cardiology. So we thank you for being here today. So we're going to show you the picture that we showed everybody. So see if you can identify yourself here. I'll turn off the presentation here. So where are you there?
I think they can guess because I think everyone has picked who they are. So obviously the guy in the yellow with the blue on top of the head.
I see. So that's how that's how you look like. So that looks like fabric everywhere. You know, like coverage all the way from the head to the toe.
Yes, because I was doing stress tests there, and one of the things that we were worried about in the cardiology world when COVID hit is that in the early part, people stopped going to hospital because of fear of getting infected, and they were staying at home, and some were dropping dead of heart attacks and that. So anyway, we decided to start seeing patients, but we have to wear the full PPEs just to protect them and protect ourselves.
I see. So when the pandemic hit, what are the spikes that you've seen when it comes to your everyday, you know, whether you're working on a case? Has the pandemic absolutely affected the result of your patients when it comes to the numbers of the cases that you're receiving now compared to on a normal day?
Well, yes, definitely we were impacted. In Canada, Canada has actually handled the COVID-19 well because the people are disciplined. When you tell them do not congregate, by and large, they follow the instructions. So we were able to sort of quickly control the spread of the virus. But in the early parts, our numbers dropped because there was a state of emergency declared in Ontario. So we could not see, as physicians, we could not see patients one-to-one unless you're in a hospital setting. So my practice was affected. I almost virtually shut down. But the silver lining is that's when telemedicine stepped in. And the use of technology has managed to keep us going despite COVID-19. And that's why I'm a big advocate that we need to do more telemedicine in Africa, reaching out to the rural parts of Africa. Because if you think of it, majority of reasons patients are coming, those complaints can be sorted out without necessarily physically touching the patient. You can get the story and act and do something and prevent disease. So,
absolutely. No, that's incredible. And you and I were talking to Dr. Sula Mazimba about telemedicine, and I'm doing my part to facilitate the virtual production of making sure that the patients back in Africa can communicate with the doctors and get second opinion. And so that is quite interesting. So I'm learning in the process, and that's a lot of critical information. So now, Dr. David, I'll bring you back to GAZHP a little bit. So where do you see GAZHP going forward? Because we are trying to make sure that people who are professionals such as yourself get attracted and get together and create movements, if you will, because that's the only way we can move forward and influence the younger doctors coming up or younger media experts coming up. So what is the future of GAZHP going forward?
I think it's bright. I think the future, you mentioned there when you talked to Dr. Masina that the future is in good hands. We have a lot of very talented young Africans, young Zambians who are keen and interested in collaboration, interested in learning. interested in moving forward and let's improve the standards to the level where the developed countries are at. It's easily doable. If we have the will, we can do it. And so the future of Gaza is bright. Why? Because I believe in our collective ability to do things. We can move mountains if we work together. So I think things are going well. There are challenges. There will always be challenges. But I think with Ubuntu philosophy, we can make it.
Absolutely, absolutely. And the good thing about Ubuntu also comes with people staying in touch and people connecting throughout the process. It doesn't have to be every day, but just creating relationships as we move forward. You know, the last time I physically saw you, it was at the Mwapepi Awards. You and I collected awards at the same day, and that was my first time to see you in real life other than social media, and that was a great time. And I remember us filming something. I put you on the side and we recorded that piece, and look where we are now. We didn't know that the pandemic was going to come, and we didn't know that we're going to be sitting on the same board and creating and leading different departments. So you're doing a fantastic
Amen to that. Yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely. So before we bring in the panel, why is it important for a medical doctor, as busy as the rest of everybody backstage is, why is it important for you guys to have a balance? I know you have a balance because you're my friend on Facebook, and I see what you go swimming, you do, you drive all your nice cars out, but you also take time to pray and worship God for all the goodness that he offers for the rest of us. But if you're giving advice to one of the younger doctors coming up, because sometimes your work can get very, very intense, what would be your advice as far as just balancing your life and your family structure?
You know what? Initially in your medical career, it's unavoidable to be so busy that you have no time for anything else. And I went through that phase too, where your life is consumed by your work. But even during that period, it's very important to unwind, to pull back. Whichever opportunity you get to rest, take that rest. You can't keep going at 100 kilometers an hour. You got to slow down to 20. You got to find ways to keep alert and to be because your health, mental health, as Dr. Catherine said, is equally important as physical health. So burnout is a real problem among health professionals, doctors, nurses. We burn out, and sometimes we forget ourselves because we are out there trying to save lives. So it's important that we are healthy so we can keep others healthy. That's all.
Thank you so much for that insight. Thank you so much. So we're going to give our professionals here a little bit of a couple minutes to drink their water. And when we come back, we're going to wind down and dive into some quick questions. We're going to take a little bit of a light moment here. When we come back, we're going to continue on and wrap up the show. You're watching live here at Channel ATV. And we thank you for tuning in. God bless you. And we'll be right back.
You don't need 20 up. Yangu. It's your map from the beef, boy. HGM, boy, I need 4 from 20. Yo,
ukaniuza kuti iwe naine pasila imantwala mumala ukaniuza kuti atistinga pezane baby futi mutima umakangiwa kupema sungaone chale kuti nachinja kale kamusango yuma oxygen you're my oxygen,
Nineka ipirubanga watifyapwa na mano yala pela na pakwika teni papwa niwe bampela moneko bwachera kulabako webo nishino bumi bwandi bwafwa anafwa balama kunoka nkwebe walishibo kutumutimani we waikata shafisepo na kamolelo leka nkwebe ndafwa na kufana ponga wati wampata pata pali we nalipilibuka nga watifyapwa no mutima ula kubauka munafefo na kutemwe kitemu ko chali pimwe no mutima pali webo ula palauka niwe na sala ile tetinjikale nebo pano kwa bulaiwe na bakumyenu konse yonse bate mwaine tetichi wame wansha na alalila maiwe
uza kuti iwe naine pasila nimatwala mumala ukaniuza kuti ati stingabwezane baby futi mutima umakangiwa kupema sungaone baby kuti nachinja kale kamusango you're my oxygen oxygen oxygen
niwe kaliluba nshikabila kumona kabonsa walipusana kuli balya babensa tetibakupokena ngula bengesa bengesha nakalyamona nibalesa balisubinisha nebo kuba nawe bupamo pano shaka kulabe nalimo kano nafa webona likusala wekafye utotulondo baleibe pafye wemwela mpema mpemwina salipo mutima niwe wawina nalileka file fya chimpwena niwe wekale isamfwena mamine bona lila panalileka kololesha mumbali niwe weka fwaya walipusana ko kulibalya webo unje mwana mu machushi nganjamaya
baby kuti nachinja kale kamusango you're my oxygen 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 you're my oxygen 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 awe kulibe wina mami kulichape iwe ngati unaenda kwanza pamene ulili unikumbuke sizakonda futine sizapasapo mutima winangu ngati waenda iwe you're my oxygen 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 ukaniuza futi iwe naine bazila nimatwala mumala ukaniuza kuti ati stingabwezane baby futi mutima umakangiwa kupema sungaone baby kuti nachinja kale kamusango
etumanembo balesana nokulawo twabane nkalakatimba mwezi bwana stenili apo Mr. Tensi Big Mitch nabena Ashfab M3J Pop Jerayo Inc Rito Mobile Sani Bakamu CP Snare Show Follow Pachopolo Son Mr. Kaiman outside Chap Mutwende You got the boy.
Welcome back, and so much talent in Zambia, so much talent in Africa. Shout out to all the artists for giving us permission and just allowing us to just enjoy their talent, because all the good things have to work together in order for us to have what you see in front of you. So I just want to thank everybody for tuning in, for making sure that you stayed up late to be with us today. So before I bring in all the expatriates, I want to just play something so that we have a moment of recognition as we move forward. So there's one young lady who also gave us the testimonial. So I want to play it real quickly before we turn around and bring in the expatriates. Please stay tuned and watch this.
I am a COVID-19 survivor, a Zambian living in the United Kingdom. I am a nurse by profession. My name is Leah Wallace. I'm here today to tell my story, because coronavirus is not a joke. COVID-19 is real because I experienced it. I am a nurse by profession. My last shift at work was on the 28th of March 2020. During that week, I started feeling like tightness in the chest, but because I'm asthmatic, I didn't really think about it. Next day, I developed some sort of flame that was just sitting on my throat and wasn't shifting. I stayed at home. That same day, I began having chills. A fever developed, and that actually rang alarm bells for me. 5 days later, my husband developed symptoms as well. I decided to call NHS 24, a helpline where you can actually speak to a doctor. They then referred us to a nearby hospital. They confirmed COVID-19. They told us to go back home and self-isolate for 14 days. I had really bad headaches, extremely fatigued, lightheadedness, relentless cough. My mouth felt very gunky. I had an altered sense of smell, relentless fever, muscle pain, and loss of appetite. We were prescribed antibiotics and carbocysteine, and we were also prescribed some food supplements because we could not eat. I woke up each day not knowing whether I'll see the next day. After 3 weeks, we started recovering slowly. My recovery was very slow. Coronavirus has left some lasting effects on me. But honestly, all I wanted to say is look after yourselves. Only you can look after you. This virus kills. My message today is that social distance is very, very vital, because you don't know whether the person next to you has the virus. Wash your hands regularly to protect yourself and to protect everybody else. But please avoid crowded areas if you can. Remember to wear a face covering if you're in areas that are a bit more crowded. Coronavirus is real. Thank you so much for your time.
All right, welcome back, and thank you to Miss Leah for sending us that clip of her confession about her experience of coronavirus. If you are interested in learning the whole story of Miss Leah, she's available on YouTube. You can connect with her. She's very vocal about experiences in the whole process of recovery and the steps that she took. So if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to her. She's available. She told us that she can actually respond to any questions or comments that you may have. So I want to thank you for joining us again. We have this opportunity to bring in now the expatriates together as a platform, on one platform, so that we can make sure that we have one conversation. So as I bring them in, please stay tuned, and they'll be right back within a couple seconds. Here we go. All right, thank you so much, and thank you to all the sponsors. Mary Fulano Foundation, Amazon, and the rest of the sponsors. We're going to run through them through the process at the end, and we're just highly appreciative of people just coming together, making this platform available. So without wasting too much time, in no particular order, we're going to bring in Dr. David here. Dr. David, welcome back. It's great to have you, and thank you so much. And we're going to go to Dr. Anna here, making sure that everybody is rightfully awake. It's not too late here, so it should be fine. And we're going to go to Dr. Joseph here. Let's bring him back, and let's go back to Dr. Messina. Let's bring him back as well. Let's go back to Dr. Choa. Your microphone is muted, but I'll bring you back anyway. And let's have Dr. Melissa and Dr. Christopher and Dr. Masozi. So we have a full house today, as you can see. It doesn't get any better than this. Let's see. I got to count just to make sure we didn't miss anybody in the background. So, and of course, we have Dr. Catherine here in the back. So we're going to bring her as well on this panel. So thank you so much, everybody. I'm truly, truly thankful and honored just for the trust. And I know that it was a lot of nerves going through the process. So on a lighter note, starting with you, Dr. Catherine, what was your experience just learning? And I know that you're out there on social media, you like to be seen, and rightfully so, you should be seen. What was your experience on what you've learned when it comes to technology and how fast, quickly have changed because of the pandemic? So remember, we have a few minutes just to answer that. So everybody just quickly give your 30-second answer, that would be great.
No, thoroughly impressed, beyond my expectations. It's been sleek, it's been professional, it's been wonderful. Thank you.
All right. Okay. I know you have some questions for me, and you had your nervousness as well. I saw the email you sent it at 7 o'clock my time, and you're like, "Oh, Mr. Chua never responded." I was asleep that time. So, with that said, Dr. Anna was waking up at 6 o'clock in Atlanta, and I was still up, and I saw her on social media. So I said, "You can give me a call." She's like, "What are you doing up?" I said, "This is what I have to go through." But all glory to God, everything works well. So thank you so much, Dr. David. How do you feel now that everything have come together the way you intended to? What would you say to other physicians that are watching? As you could see, people love the fact that you can network as physicians from all over the world. And where do we go from here? As folks from Africa, as folks from Zambia, what do we do now? And now that we've had this discussion and hopefully folks have learned something, what's next for this platform?
I think we just have to continue. We have to keep the word going. We need more of such discussions going forward. We want to bring in other healthcare allied workers, more nurses, and more technicians and other scientists and so on. So I think the message has to continue because COVID is still here. We're still seeing a lot of challenges in people complying, and I think we cannot relent.
Absolutely. And I do have some questions here, but before we do that, Dr. Anna, you've known most of these folks for quite some time now. What have you learned working with other physicians so far?
Well, I'm meeting a lot of them for the first time, which is fantastic. It's just getting to see the knowledge that comes from Zambia. I personally am not an UNZA graduate, so disclaimer there.
Yeah.
But it's just amazing to see what UNZA has produced, and just learning from everyone else has been fantastic. Always looking for mentors, and if they're coming from Zambia, it's fantastic. So if somebody wants to mentor me, please.
So it's a chain reaction. I think somebody will mentor you, and then you have to turn around and pass it on to somebody else. So,
Exactly.
Dr. Joseph,
Yes.
in the UK, thank you for staying up late, sir. We know that it's a little bit late over there, and you're so experienced and so poised and just very calm in the way you do stuff. If someone is looking for to be mentored, they are physicians. What do they need to do to contact with you? How do they connect with you?
They can connect with me directly. I've got Facebook, and they can dig me up somewhere. Sometimes I relax playing music as well.
Yeah,
I'm a reasonable amateur musician.
Nice.
But through GAZHP as well, the whole ethos of GAZHP is such that I can see that this time things are going to work out very well. Because the current generation, because now I can consider myself a previous one, but that doesn't matter. The current generation who are coming up have got fed up of the way things have been run. So they want things to get better. And so I think there's a huge, huge light at the end of the tunnel. So I think things will be better. So they can contact me directly, maybe through my hospital, which I did not necessarily state, but they can contact me directly. I'm happy to.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And they can contact GAZHP or AZWWI. They should find a way to connect them with you without really going through the clinic, just to get the mentorship, right? So
Yes.
thank you, sir. Thank you for being here. Dr. Christopher Da Costa, we almost started war. I saw folks from Gambia saying, no, you cannot say he's Zambian, he's ours. So, and I'm sure when you go back and you look at the comments, you understand what I'm talking about. So, how are you doing, sir? How has been your experience so far?
Oh, it's been a wonderful experience. I guess I'll throw in there may be some Ghanaians even that stake a claim. We can argue on that one, but it's been so wonderful, seeing all my fellow professionals. I'm learning so much from them just today. It's been very inspiring. I think the audience, if I can speak to them, have been very enriched by the discussions today. I just want to shout out to the leadership, yourself and your professionalism, and also to David and Anna for pulling everything together so professionally. I think this has been an invaluable experience, not just for us, but for the audience. And I think we should do this more often.
Absolutely. Yes. Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you so much. I think this is a testament for us moving forward that this was due a long time ago, but the pandemic did something amazing to force us to be in this position. I can speak for myself. When business changed, Dr. David, because you remember that I'm always flying around, going back and forth. So when this happened, they said you can't go anywhere. I haven't been home this long. I've been home for almost 4 or 5 months now. And at first I was thinking, I'm going to lose my mind, so so it was really difficult. But now I'm enjoying, because I can enjoy my family and things like that. I had to adjust. And even with that said, from the business level, I had to make adjustment, because now I was pushed to do research and really, advance before technology changed. And that's why you can see the results, because there's a lot of research, a lot of mentorship, and reaching out directly to the folks that provide different platforms, virtual platforms. So that's why you can see that we're staying a little bit ahead of the game. Now, Dr. Christopher, coming back to you, sir. Not so fast. And I know you wanted to mute your microphone, but not so fast. We talked about folks getting help from you, the physicians. Now, yourself, when you don't feel well, or when you don't mentally feel well, what do you do? Where do you get your help from?
I have, you have to sort of take a step back as a physician and remember that you're a human being first and foremost. So I have a primary care physician who I go to, at least once a year, more often, more like twice or 3 times a year. I certainly plug into the system for healthcare.
Yeah.
I have health insurance, and it's very important to be able to do that. There's a misconception that when you live in the Western world, that things are just literally very smooth. But there's so many obstacles, as my fellow colleagues will tell you, to getting access to healthcare, which may be just lack of insurance, in a country such as the United States, or, your insurance program not necessarily allowing you to receive certain types of treatment or go to certain types of healthcare providers. So there are significant challenges here that may be slightly different from the challenges we may see in Zambia and other countries that are low and middle income countries. So we don't take it for granted. I certainly don't take it for granted as a physician. Even the quality of care can be very sometimes challenged, especially in these COVID times here in the United States. And I'm sure my colleagues from the US here will tell you that, certain sections of the population are very challenged in terms of healthcare. There are certain sections probably more challenged than the average person in Zambia in terms of healthcare. So, you can't take it for granted.
Absolutely. Very, very well said. Thank you so much for sharing that. Dr. Melissa, you are all the way in Kenya. Thank you for staying up as well. When I met you for the first time, I was curious how you ended up in Kenya, but you represented well. So Kenya needs you just as much as Zambia needs you, as much as Africa needs you for that matter. So you are a cool doctor. I was looking through your pictures, and sometimes you have no hair, sometimes you have like different designs in the hair, and I'm like, that's what I'm talking about. So because a lot of I'm so sorry, but a lot of doctors, they kind of like keep it conservative and stuff like that, but you're not afraid to mess with your hair a little bit. So that's great. Yeah, I just had to say something. Somebody had to say something. So, so thank you for being here, and thank you for just what you do and inspiring the masses. I want to give you the opportunity to answer the question that we left hanging here, and others can feel free to chime in. Where we talked about the process of selecting those numbers as you are going through the phases of creating the vaccine. So I know I live in Seattle. One of the first patients to respond to the testing of the vaccine is from Seattle, a woman from Seattle. Yeah. And I'm hoping that maybe next time when we have this conversation, I can reach out to her, she can call in, and we can hear directly from the lady. So walk us through just real quickly, what is the process? Because we are so fearful and so confused about whether I should respond to someone, giving me a vaccination or not.
Yeah, and it's a really, really important point that you raise in regard to who can participate in vaccine trials. And I think this is just not even for vaccine trials alone. Even in the drug industry, the same is faced, where you have drugs that are tried on, let's say, for instance, a Caucasian population, but they have a different genetic background to our own population. And I think this is why it's very important that as Africans, we need to really build our research and development on the continent so that we can also begin to design these vaccines and test them on our own population so that we know how they are working. Because it's very clear that we all have there are genetic differences that maybe predispose an individual to respond in a different way. So it's really important that we begin to build our science and research and development capacity to participate in trials. So one key thing is that I think if you have the opportunity to participate in a trial, make sure you have all the information about that particular trial. So there's information that they call informed consent, and I think I read in one of the comments somebody asking, I mean, how are we sure that people in lower middle income countries actually are giving informed consent? In this space, we make sure all our documents are translated in the local languages. On top of them being translated in the local language, you also have to pass the test of understanding so that when the clinician is taking you through the process of taking part in that trial, you actually know what is involved and what is expected of you. So I think those are very key things that we really need to be aware of. I mean, if there is an opportunity for you to participate in a trial, make sure you have all the information about that product that's being tested. And you also do independent reading. I mean, nowadays, it's very encouraged that in fact, all trials that have to take part have to be registered on open access internet databases. So there will be information posted on various sites that you can learn about these clinical trials. So all the information is out there in the open. And I just wanted to just clarify, somebody asked about animal testing. Animal testing in the vaccine development pipeline, as well as even in drug development, is still a key process because you have to sort of make sure that it is safe in different animal models before you can take it to humans. It's the same way, like if you're applying for a loan from the bank, you have to provide all the paperwork to make sure that you are saying that this is who you are. So even in this process, you have to make sure we go through all the steps of validation to make sure that the products that we're developing are safe for humans.
Thank you very much for sharing that. That's a very insightful information. We appreciate that. Dr. Masina, good to have you, and thank you for staying up late as well. How's South Africa, by the way? How's Pretoria?
Yeah, Pretoria is fine. So in terms of South Africa itself, I think they've had a bit of surge in the numbers in the couple of weeks back, and I think that's why they opted to ask for help from WHO, and they constituted a team from around Africa to come and help with a surge response to COVID. But I think in the last 2 weeks or a week ago, I think they've seen the numbers going down, and I think they're trying to open up the economy slowly but cautiously. They've moved from stage 3 of a lockdown to now stage 2, where most of the hotels, restaurants, and a bit of bars have been opened up. I think they've got a time period. I think from Monday to Thursday, they're able now to sell alcohol. Tobacco has been allowed. They've allowed interprovincial travel, but they're still locking down in terms of international travel. They are not really easing up the lockdown as yet. So the international travels still remain banned, and they are still trying to give more support and more help in terms of the response. We're trying like to maintain the gains that they've recorded. So I think that's a situation that's happening in South Africa. A bit of easing up of the lockdown, but they're still cautious on doing that. In terms of Zambia, I think we've seen more numbers going up. We've seen we're still having numbers going up in terms of the critically ill patients. We're also seeing numbers going up in terms of the cases that we've been recording. I think we should be around 9,000 now, with about slightly over 200 deaths. We still have some patients in ICU. I think in terms of my isolation center, which is Levi Mwanawasa, we still have like 9 patients in ICU, about 5 of them intubated and in a critical condition. We're still seeing patients that need oxygen treatment in various centers, Lusaka, Ndola, Kitwe, and Southern Province in terms of Livingstone General Hospital. So I think for Zambia, we are still on the spike or on the high in terms of numbers. We haven't yet seen the surge. And I think the infectivity rate is also high. As of 2 weeks ago, we are standing at 30% infectivity rate. So we still have a long way to go. And I think we still need to sustain a lot of gains that we've done. A lot of capacity building has been done, but I think there's still more work to be done. Yeah.
Absolutely. So briefly, Dr. John, if you could get the opportunity to, we just lost him. I think it was just avoiding my question, right? So we're going to bring him back. Okay,
hey,
there you go. There you
I
go.
lost you for a second there.
Yeah, I thought you're ducking my question. I think you know where I was going. So if you could get the opportunity to speak to the president directly, and I want you to know that, we have access to whatever access we need to get. We can get to wherever we need to get. If we can get to the White House, we can get anywhere else. So if you had the opportunity to talk to the president directly, or let's start with the government officials directly, as a medical professional, what would be your advice from your perspective? First of all, as a medical doctor. Secondly, as a person who's gone through COVID, yourself, what would be your advice on how to handle just the infrastructure in Zambia right now to fight the pandemic?
It's a big question.
Okay.
and it's a big position you're putting in. But let me try to sum.
Okay.
Maybe Joseph should be the right guy to
Pass it on.
Okay. Yeah, let's give it like that.
I think I'll give him a minute to do that. But let me try to answer it in a very simple way.
Okay.
So what I'll try, maybe the best thing I'll do is we need to be ready, and I think that's the best thing to do, is to prepare. And coming from a background of emergency medicine and being in the front line, I think the best thing that we should have done is we should have prepared early, because we knew what the effects would be, and we knew that our health infrastructure in terms of we're lagging behind. So I think going forward, we should have prepared better. We should have put things in place. And in terms of the COVID, I think the biggest challenge that has been is in terms of oxygen delivery to the patients, because that's what makes a difference. It's just the management of respiratory problems. And I think that has been a big challenge. You find that shortages of ventilators, shortages of oxygen delivery equipments like masks, also just simple things like NIV masks, and just the personnel as well. So I think going forward, we just need to invest a little bit in terms of personnel, which is the capacity building, the experts and all the healthcare workers, and also just the infrastructure that we have. We do have a lot of potential, like I said previously. Sometimes we don't need to see them as challenges. I think we need to see them as needs for improvement, and also as needs for us to think even more, for us to even think beyond the COVID. So sometimes if we're doing something, it's not just because of the COVID. Sometimes it might go beyond that. But that's in terms of the case management and all that. In terms of the politics and the strategies, I think Joseph might help me on that.
Very good call. Very good call. Dr. Joseph, I think the thing we are live. So, if you have an option to turn off your camera and drop off and just say I lost signal, or you can attempt this one just briefly.
I'll do my best to forgive John. I think the important thing is, one, you are in the medical fraternity. By definition, you are a scientist, so you understand things in a different way. And so the thing to say to the leadership is to let them know that scientists advise, politicians decide, but the decision has to be based on the science that has been collected. And in fact, there's another word, the collation of scientific evidence is what they're supposed to use. And then with that, they can make better decisions. They should never make political decisions against science. So that's how I would put it. But then the other way of putting it is you let them imagine they were patients or their loved ones were a patient. What would they want for them? So they would want them to be spoken to be examined properly, to do tests, and those tests have to be purchased from somewhere. You need those things to help us, or to help them, or to help the patient have an objective way of finding out what's wrong. And that is what helps the patient in hospital. So if you make them imagine they are patients, that is also another way of talking to them and hopefully making them listen.
Wow. I think it makes sense why Dr. John has to pass the ball real quickly. Now, I think we can all attest to what happened here. Thank you so much, Dr. Joseph, for just clearly answering the question the way it should be. Thank you so much, sir. It's a pleasure having you here. Dr. Masozi, I'll go next to you. If you can unmute your microphone, thank you so much. It looks like you are on top of technology. You know what to do. You know exactly what you need to do. That's incredible to have you today. And thank you for being here. In closing for you, what would be your last words to anybody watching and listening to this broadcast today from your perspective as a medical doctor and as a man in general?
First of all, shout out to John and all the other doctors and other providers in Zambia working on, I haven't been home practicing for over 20 years. David Kajura and I, we graduated the same class. It's been a while. So I'm impressed at how hard you guys are working under those circumstances. We have it a bit easier here. And the one thing that this disease brings is when these patients get very sick and they get on the ventilator, they stay on the ventilator very long.
Yeah.
Average 2 weeks. And that's what creates the shortage of ventilators. So I can imagine, let me say, I can't imagine how it is back home in Zambia. But prevention is the best advice I can give. Wash your hands, 20 seconds, as some of those videos you were showing there in Zambia, and believe that the disease is real and the disease can kill. If you know that you have some comorbidities, whether it's high blood pressure, heart disease, or something that's ignored a lot is a high BMI, over 30, 35. That's a high risk for getting serious disease. We're all at risk for catching it. It's the same risk for everybody. But the risk of getting serious disease is more likely in those that are susceptible. So those are my last words, I would say.
Thank you so much. That's very much needed information. Thank you for your kind words to the rest of us. And I think all of us can attest to the fact that we've learned something today, regardless of what your profession is. I want to turn over to Dr. Catherine real quickly. What would be your advice, number one, to the folks that are watching at home? Number two, to the physicians that are next to you right now?
Okay. So first and foremost, to the people watching at home, we've heard this throughout the session today, to prevent, look after yourself, follow the guidelines, and avoid the illness. And if you should get the illness, majority of the people recover, and majority of people don't have the consequences around mental health. But some do, and to the physicians, do look out for those mental health complications. They do happen, they're easy to detect, and be curious. Exercise professional curiosity and look for problems that could be treated and repair them as appropriate.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. We appreciate you, and thank you for just being steadfast and just reacting and moving so quickly. Even when things are tough, you still just you showed us what we need to do and stay prepared mentally. So thank you for being here, and we hope you had a learning and a wonderful experience working with everybody else.
It's been brilliant. Everyone has been so fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Dr. Banda, in closing, real quickly, what are your last words?
Same thing. I'm going to echo what everybody else has been saying. It's all about prevention. For my end, I tend to see very, very sick COVID patients. Most of the time when they call us to come and see a consulting patient on, it's the patients who've had brain damage that's significant. So my perspective of COVID when I stand up is it's a very, very serious disease. So prevention, guys, like everybody else has said, wash your hands, sanitize, wear your mask, social distance. The big one is avoiding large crowds. And every time I have a chance to talk to my patients or their families is how did they get the virus? Because I try to understand how this virus, because we don't know a lot about the transmission. We're learning. It's still a learning process. So just asking every patient or their families what happened and just learning from that. So really it's all about prevention, social distance, avoid crowds.
Thank you so much. I want to thank you. I want to thank AWWI for just working hand in hand with Gaza to make sure that this conversation happens, and we hope that we didn't take everything out of you to where you quit. But as far as I know, you're not a quitter, so this is going to continue on.
Never.
So, so Dr. David, any last words from you, sir, as we close?
Oh, just a reminder that Anna is actually a member of GAZHP too. So
absolutely.
Get Melissa to join us.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Anyway. And also Dr. Choa, who's not here.
Absolutely, yeah.
Because end of the day, the more we are, the more stronger we are, the more resources. Dr. Kapulu was just talking about Africa building capacity to do vaccine trials. You've got Chris da Costa right next to you there. If you two could say, look, let's coordinate something, and pull another one here and there, and some young scientists, within a short time we can have a lab in Africa which can actually do vaccine trials that our people believe in. Because Africa has been, over the years, been trumped on a lot. We get this end of the stick so often, and we get sub-quality stuff being dumped on us. So I think that's a real issue. And we're not trying to be political, but we're just saying as professionals, we recognize the problem and we look for solution. So I'm really thankful to DC Productions for this wonderful setup. And for AZWWI, Anna, and team, and also MMF for really making this happen. And thank you to all the colleagues, all my colleagues, my esteemed colleagues here with different specialties. We thank you for your contribution. We've learned a lot. I've learned a lot. And I'm still learning from you guys. And I think our journey has just begun. It's going to get better. Watch the space. Watch the space.
Absolutely. That's the best way to say it. Now, we just want to thank everybody for being so patient and just working through the process. And I know that this was a little bit uncomfortable for some of the doctors because, Dr. Anna has something to say, of course. Let's say we don't want to forget about you. Go ahead.
So Dr. Kapulu took time to join us. It's a milestone birthday for her today. It's her birthday.
Oh my goodness. Happy birthday. Oh my goodness. Happy birthday to you. Oh wow. So what did
Thank you.
what do doctors do on their birthday? This is, it just dives into a whole different conversation.
Indeed, indeed. Thank you, Dr. Anna, for remembering that. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. I know, God bless you. And I'm so glad that Dr. Anna, you brought it up, because we almost forgot about that. So thank you so much, everybody. I have a question for everyone. I think if we had to do this again, would you do it again?
Yes,
absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yes. Yeah,
okay.
definitely.
Okay, so then we're going to figure something out from the technology perspective. We want to thank everybody for tuning in live here at Channel ATV. If you are trying to connect with us, please reach out on www.channelatv.org. And I know that we still have a lot of questions, which prompts us to go into the second phase. Next time we'll do this again, because there are so many questions that came from the community, and we're just so thankful. Dr. Joseph, thank you so much for attempting to answer that political question, and I think we'll have a different conversation.
You did a good job.
Fantastic. Yep.
So thank you so much. God bless you. For you, the experts, please don't leave. Stay in the green room just for a second so we can say goodbye. God bless you. See you soon.
Thank you.
Kalandanya Music Promotions. Take over.
Na tufanye tuombele chapamo tukonka mafunde maletweba na tufanye tuombele chapamo coronavirus twala ichimpya na tufanye tuombele chapamo tukonka mafunde maletweba na tufanye tuombele chapamo coronavirus twala ichimpya. Yes, we can if we put our hands together to fight coronavirus. Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Sanitize, minimize on your movements. Zikoyanse ile muma yeso. Ambuya yeso. Disabalele ni vuto ya kula.
Sikani yo joking awe. It is iririu. Sunga wana wawe na family. Wame mekishu wawane samba kuminwe na sofo.
Prevention na kiwa ya bulwere bwa coronavirus is dependent pali mwebona ne kadi tu abake yale simwe abakapengera mu kyalo kyonse ukusangwa mu magroup tekwesha
tufanye tubombele chapamo tukonka mafunde maletweba na tufanye tubombele chapamo coronavirus twala ichimpya na tufanye tubombele chapamo tukonka mafunde maletweba na tufanye tubombele chapamo coronavirus twala ichimpya.
Ikale ni kumanda, ikale ni nabana, ikale ni nendu pashenu mukati wa bayanda. Subilo liena na tukwata, katwa konka mafunde.
Samba kukumanja, vala koka mask. Sio enda, stay home if you must.
Nkale ma nkale tate. Samarila banjalako
Mwikala patala la mwina patala hika
Wana dewa tuombele chapamo.
Feverish causing physical symptoms. People are dying here. Coronavirus.
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
Together we can.
Yeah.
Fight corona.
Yeah.
Be the winner.
Kata kata momentum. Twikale panganda mwe bantu inshita yonse tutanokala pafui.
As we waiting for the better days, follow us. Prevention is better than cure. Follow us. Wash your hands for 20 seconds. Na sopo bakateka besu na balande. Follow us.
Tubombele chapamo.
Yes, we can. If we put our hands together to fight coronavirus. Yes, we can.
Kalandanya Music Promotions. Take over.